I wanna come again. I wanna be so high in your eyes. I wanna disappear inside you and be alright tonight. You say your medicine is all that I require, and that I'm blinded by the stars in my eyes.
Yo, what's up?
Paint away day and night, 6 hot to
Hope I'm okay.
You're alright, goodbye then.
If you dare.
Someone new is pulling everywhere. I'm afraid to let the nothing is what I say.
I feel far away. How we doing, guys? Thursday.
Nothing is what I think. I will drown in pain.
Yeah.
After you, I'm afraid of feeling some too soon.
Cling to what you're given. Nothing is what I say. I feel far away. Yo, dude, what a crazy day. Ooh. Let's go. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, 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 oh. Ooh, oh, 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 oh. Oh! Let's go. Oh, shit. How we doing? How we doing, people? Oh. Oh, shit. What is up? Dude, Thursday night. What a crazy fucking day, bro. I feel like there's like 100 things to cover tonight. And we're gonna bomb through it. Oh, I'm also very tired and I have a dental appointment tomorrow, so I'm gonna try and get some sleep tonight. But Jesus. What insanity. I mean, so in a nutshell, right? Dude, let's go. Stop stupidity. Let's go. Gifted membership. All right. So in a nutshell, here's what we're going to look at tonight. There's a bunch of shit. First off, in the Epstein tip, we obviously have Hillary. Jesus. Dude, so she had the deposition today. Lauren Boebert leaks a photo to Benny Johnson. Dude, that photo with like 1,000 watermarks on there. Now, there has been a coordinated campaign ever since this deposition with accounts all over Twitter posting fake AI photos of Hillary and Epstein, and Elon's piece of shit AI Grok had been for a while saying those photos were real. Like Grok was like arguing with people that these AI photos are real. Dude, Anna Paulina Luna is like going on TV shows. Jesse Waters lying about like saying, oh, all the survivors have exonerated Trump. I mean, this shit is wild. It is like so fake. So astroturfed, it's not even funny, bro. Like, what the fuck is going on, dude? All of that in you know, a short couple of hours. Just absolute insanity, right? Now, on top of that, hold on. On top of that, we have the Lutnick scandal. Okay, which was there's a photo of Howard Lutnick and Jeffrey Epstein at the island, and that photo mysteriously got taken down from the files today. So they are now expanding their removal of items to not just include Trump and the Trump accusations, but they are expanding their cover-up to include like other people in the Trump cabinet. Like, bro, what are we doing? Dude, I mean, it is insane, the level of cover-up going on. You know, then in other news, apparently like Trump, the White House made some AI video of one of the hockey players insulting Canada, and the player was like, yo, that's not me. I would never say that shit. Right? And then maybe if we have enough time, we'll go look at a little bit of the 𝗫𝗄𝗽𝗪𝐺𝗄 Kirk. I mean, just a disaster. Now, let's start with something that's funny, okay? And funny and stupid. Oh, and I left something else out too. There's like a draft of a memo or an executive order or something like milling around that was suggesting that Trump was going to use China, saying China interfered in the election in 2020. And so therefore Trump was going to, implement some executive order to take federal control of the elections. So that memo or whatever leaked today as well. So a lot of fucking chaos today, right? A lot of chaos. A lot of, these degenerates, like floating everything they can out there. You know what I'm saying? All their trickery. And so it just made me think of this Bill Mitchell tweet. Okay, this fucking idiot, right? How he tweeted today. He said right here, where'd he say? Right? He says, what did he say? He said something about how like the Republicans are going to win the midterms. He was in here having discussions. Right? Where is it? Dude. Right here. He said, bookmark this. The GOP is going to win the midterms. We are going to gain everywhere, he says. The media is going to wonder what the hell happened. Now, there's no way that fucking happens unless there is some like heavy duty cheating, like heavy duty, right? But we also know that they're going to try, right? But dude, he was going off today. He was just saying like, and he's discussing it with people saying, no way. Why would anybody vote for the Democrats? What's their agenda? Dude, I think the Democrats actually have a pretty good agenda right now, to sort of defund and investigate ICE, get the rest of the Epstein files out, start trying to make prices a little like more, do something about the prices and fucking reform the immigration, right? So U.S. citizens aren't getting shot in the streets, right? Dude, Epstein, baby. Punish some Epstein people, figure out healthcare, and undo the fucking tax cuts to the wealthiest people on the planet. I think they have a pretty solid fucking platform, right? And I mean, it's crazy because in here are a bunch of people being like, I'm an independent from Texas and I'm not voting for the Republicans anymore. Look at that. Yeah, 1,000% confident. That's weird, isn't it? 1,000% confident when there is no indication whatsoever, right? I mean, it is, Bill Mitchell, right? This guy's a fucking idiot, right? This guy is an idiot. Right? 1,000% confident, right? Dude, what the fuck, bro? Dude, this guy, Trump is the Messiah. Oh, shit. Let's see, though. Let's see what the betting market says. Right? It was 83% Democrats. And what is it now? Oh, shit. Now it's 85, dude. So it went up. It was 83. So that's a 2% increase the last time I checked this. Believe in your own lies, MAGAverse constant. It's true. I mean, dude, this guy's delusional. This guy, I mean, look at him, dude. Look at this guy. Give me a fucking break, bro. Oh, my God. I feel delusional just looking at this joker. It's like, bro, he's got a fucking picture of Ronald Reagan. And dude, he's got a picture of Reagan in his banner. Jesus. Oh my God. That's not AI. No, I wish that was AI. Dude, I wish this guy was AI. We'd all be better off. But I mean, like, the Dems have been flipping districts, but 1,000% confident. Interesting. I mean, homie, I guess, is just digging for some interaction, right? Looking for some interaction, but wow, dude. All right. What a day, man. What a day. So I guess we'll start with, what are we going to start with? We'll get to Hillary in a sec. Let's start with the Lutnick shit, okay? Because this is alarming, dude. The Lutnick thing is highly alarming, guys, okay? Highly. I mean, all of this shit is bothersome, but so this, though, again, here's the image, okay? This is the picture. And here he is. There's Lutnick right there, looking very casual. Now, you'll notice, okay, this is Epstein's island, right? They're on the island. They're looking out into the, whatever, the beautiful blue water. They're fucking hanging out. But look at him. It's all guys, okay? This is, I don't see his family. Remember, he said, remember how, yeah, there he is, never seeing Epstein again. Now, yeah, remember, he said, I was there with my kids for a half an hour, is what he said. But like, bro, they're like on a hilltop overlooking the water. So he showed up there. They quick had lunch in 5 minutes and took a 30-minute walk to the water. And then did he teleport the helicopter, come pick him up from here? I don't see any family. I don't see any kids. I see 5 dudes. Yikes. On Epstein Island. And look at him. He's all smirking. He's got a big smirk. Everybody is smirking, right? Him and his nannies. Dude, where's the nanny convention? But so this photo, pretty damning, okay? All of the Lutnick information is super damning because remember, one and done, right? Let's find that interview. Remember the interview? Here it is.
And there's a massage table. He opens the doors, and there's a massage table in the middle of the room.
Oh.
And candles all around.
Candles.
So I ask very insightful, cutting questions. I say to him,
oh, he asks very insightful, cutting questions. Insightful.
Massage table in the middle of your house? How often you have a massage?
That's so insightful.
And he says, every day. And then he gets weirdly close to me.
Ooh.
And he says, and the right kind of massage.
Right kind of massage.
Ooh.
Now my wife is standing here. So she looks at me and I look at her and we say, I'm sorry, we have to go.
Yeah.
And we left. And in the 6 or 8 steps it takes to get from his house to my house, my wife and I decided that I will never be in the room with that disgusting person ever again.
Never again.
So I was never in the room with him socially, for business, or for even philanthropy. That guy was there. I wasn't going because he's gross.
Gross.
And so I look back at it as a gift.
Yes.
He gave me a gift of a void. And so, that's my story. A one and absolutely done.
One and absolutely, Howie, a one and absolutely what? A one and absolutely, I'm on his island with 4 other guys and we're hanging out and my family's nowhere to be found and I'm in business with him and I'm emailing him all the time. Years later, dude, Lutnick, you fucking clown. Dude, how the brazen liars of these guys. But you ready for this now? Dude, they're right. That's Lutnick chilling on Epstein Island. But guess what? The shit is gone now. Okay, look at this. The file is gone. Okay, this was EFTA 123 𝗙𝗎𝗍𝗍39. Okay. This one, FBI put this photo in there, right? FBI agent 810. Whatever, right? So the document disappeared. All right. If you go there, you look at this shit, there's the document, there's the photo. The shit's gone now. Okay. It was right? The photo's gone. The photo has been removed. All right. This thing has been removed. Trump's DOJ removed the photo. All right. That is without a doubt Howard Lutnick. That is Epstein Island. Look at him. He's got the greasy ass grin, right? But this document, data set 9, gone. They pulled it. Okay. This is once again Trump's DOJ after the fact going back and pulling shit. Now, why are they doing this? Okay. I mean, rhetorically, okay. Right. The photo is here, but they're removing it. But guys, the thing about this is this is like 100 examples of this. Okay. Yesterday or 2 days ago, the video I put in tonight is about how they removed 50 plus pages of Trump accusations, right? And not even just entire documents, but they're removing pages from court documents and releasing incomplete court like transcripts because of accusations with Trump getting pulled. Now we have pictures of Lutnick getting pulled. We had other pictures of Trump in the dresser drawer that were getting pulled. I mean, you know, in addition to all the other illegal shit with stuff that's redacted that shouldn't be, entire like documents redacted, full pages of just one giant black box. So, I mean, at this point, you got to ask yourself, if these guys aren't guilty, like, what are they doing? Right? I mean, there's no reason to be going through and pulling all this shit, hiding this shit, obfuscating if there's no guilt, right? I mean, it's pretty obvious that the guilt is like deep. Is this what they meant by exonerated? This is it. At Exxon, they meant Exxon aerated is what they meant, right? Dude, see, if you look real close back here, there's an oil tanker in the background. They've been Exxon aerated is what he meant to say, not exonerated. Dude, the guilt is crazy. Yeah, what are they even doing on this hill, man? Right? And then, you know, so then you have people like Benny Johnson, who's out here. He's like one of these chief misinformation spreaders because, guys, they are, I don't know how else to say this. Dude, Rot says, my buds in my photos, Stalin all disappeared. That's strange. Man, I have to redesign the whole wall now. Dude, let's go. Dude, let's go, Rot. So there's like a core case of misinformation going on now with like mouthpieces coming up. I mean, dude, so the Lutnick shit goes down. All right. They're pulling files on Lutnick. They pulled files on Trump, everything with an accusation. All right. Now, this other thing that happened today was Anna Paulina Luna goes on the Jesse Waters show. Okay. And she all of a sudden is like, just look at what she's doing here. Dude, she is now just making a claim here, completely unfounded with evidence. But here, watch, you'll see.
were brought forward. Well, remember, President Trump has said the same thing, and yet the way that the DNC, the way that the Democrats are trying to use this is to smear the president. And I actually brought this up in the press gaggle today, in that we've asked the victims specifically on whether or not President Trump had hurt them, and he was exonerated. He released the files, and they don't want to report that. What they want to try to do is take this and have us say on record whether or not we will subpoena the president to come testify, in which I respond, the president is not considered a person of interest in this investigation. He's been nothing but cooperative, at least with us and members of the task force. And I think that his record will reflect that he has released all files. It was also interesting to note that we inquired on how many files did President Biden release. The answer is 0.
You're right. Well, keep up the heat.
All right, so let's break this down, because number one, Biden, dude, his DOJ was prosecuting Ghislaine Maxwell, and then everything was under seal while she appealed. Okay, none of this shit could even be released under Trump until Pam Bondi closed the investigation. But again, they're on the Biden. Oh, Biden, Biden, Biden. Right? That's number one. Shut the fuck up. Okay, number two, the survivors have not exonerated Trump. Okay? There's a couple of survivors that have not had any abusive interactions with Trump. But there's a whole bunch of people who have said there was shit with Trump that are like, all their papers are getting pulled from the documents. Okay? So, and in fact, guys, you ready for this? Hold on. On the heels of this, of her saying, ooh, the survivors exonerated Trump. Well, no, they didn't. You ready? Hold on. Here we go. Here's Michelle Licata, Marina Lacerda. Here's Marina Lacerda.
Doing everything, people are getting arrested. Over here, we're doing absolutely nothing except talking about it in the news. And and I think what we have to do and continue to do it is ask, why hasn't President Trump, just say, hey, listen, offered himself to say, I'm going to testify, I'm going to clear my name, not say that us, the victims, have exonerated him. Because last night I had, Rep. Anna Paulina Luna say that the victims have exonerated him. I have not yet talked to the DOJ. You think the Trump administration has reached out to myself? I can't speak for my survivor sisters, but I'm pretty close with them. I'm pretty sure they would have shared that with me. So it's something that, we're not a hoax here. I think the hoax is actually them.
All right. So he's been exonerated by no one. You remember the show of hands when they asked remember Pam Bondi. Okay, let's find the Pam Bondi pic. Hold on. We're going to find this pic. You ready? So the raised hands was this one. Okay. Remember this pic? Where they said, raise your hands if nobody from the DOJ has even contacted you. And all of them raised their hands. The DOJ, Trump's DOJ, never even investigated this shit. Okay? Not a peep, no follow-up, no nothing. They closed the case in July. They said there was no persons of interest. Remember? Everybody raised their hand, and of course, Pam Bondi is looking all ghoulish. I think I have one of those. I think I have a good one. Yeah, here it is. There we go. There's the full one. Remember that one? Right? She's even looking at her. So is she. Nobody talked to them. Not a peep, man. So, not exonerated. And in fact, if he's exonerated, why didn't they release the rest of the files? Why are like millions of pages of shit not released? Why are they systematically going back and removing traces of him and his associates from the shit that is released? And why are they hiding? Why'd they hide everything with his name on it? The guy's mentioned 1,000,000 times. I mean, guys, this is just to the point of where it is like a blatant fucking cover-up, boss. It is a blatant cover-up, okay? Where now he is saying he's exonerated. His lackeys are going on TV. Trump is exonerated. And meanwhile, they're yanking the pictures of Lutnick. They're hiding all this shit. Dude, because they think we're stupid. I mean, granted, that is part of it. They do think we're stupid, but like, I think they're going to get away with this. You know, I think they literally think they're getting away with this, that like they're not going to be accountable at all, you know? Dude, yeah, the Biden shit is like so crazy. I mean, it's either like Biden or Clinton, you know, and this is getting insane. It is like brain breaking, because anytime I post something about Trump and Epstein, people like get into the comments and they start like putting a picture of Clinton. But like, dude, what does Clinton have to do with the Democratic Party now? Nothing. I mean, right? I mean, the only thing he's ever done lately was that catastrophic speech in Dearborn, and I don't even know why he did that, right? But other than that, he has not been active in politics in like 30 years, right? 25 years, dude. But they're like, Clinton, Biden. Dude, the truth will come out, but no justice will be done. We'll see. I mean, I'm not giving up hope, guys, right? I'm not. I am definitely not like, I have not given up hope, but, you know, the walls are definitely closing in here. They're closing in, boss. Post the photo of Trump and Jeffrey together. Yeah. Dude, there's so many photos. And guys, I don't know if you know this, but this is for the Christians in the audience there. Did you know that Trump's name appears in the Epstein files more than the word God and or Jesus appears in the Bible? Isn't that impressive? Huh. That's pretty crazy. What an accomplishment, right? What an accomplishment. Oh, shit, boss. Yeah, that's crazy. That shit is crazy. Just Lutnick being Lutnick, swimming in it. All right. I mean, guys, this is like, there's just a lot of concerning shit that's happening, okay? There is a lot of concerning shit that is piling up around this stuff, where they are getting super brazen, and there are a lot of channels of information all being manipulated at once, trying to like change the narrative around Trump, right? It goes from a hoax to, you know, the selective redactions around Clinton to then them releasing like not even close to all the shit and saying, oh, we're done. Then the Congress goes in and sees that Trump is like all over everything in the shit they're not releasing. I mean, this is getting dirty, dude. And this Lutnick shit, like, right? This Lutnick shit, boss, how is he not resigning? How the fuck is he not resigning? He goes from like a blatant lie about one and done and oh, the massage table. Oh, I get the special kind of massage. Me and my wife are out. You're gross. You're disgusting. One and absolutely done. Now we got photos of him on the island. We got him in business with Epstein. We got him caught in an absolute brazen lie. Dude, the guy needs to resign. Like ASAP, man. Dude. ASAP, bro. The heart wants what the heart wants. Oh. Yeah, I mean, dude, yeah, it's rough. The Wexner thing. I mean, I'll be honest. There's the depositions are going to be hard at this point. A lot of this shit, it's going to be hard to prove, you know, things. It's like real hard to prove things because of the time and the lack of like physical evidence. But at this point, I'm not even concerned about like proving shit. I just want the people that are involved in this to be held accountable enough to have to answer this stuff, to have to go on the record and like tell their lies on the record so they can get caught. And right, you know what I mean? I mean, at least the accountability of going through the process of having to answer to all the evidence that exists. Dude, Hillary, yeah, we're going to look at Hillary now. Because obviously today was the big day, the Hillary depo. All right. Now, like, it didn't get off to a great start. Okay. This thing was supposed to be closed. It was a closed hearing. Let me just go in here and I know I have some shit bookmarked. Oh, wait, one more thing I want to talk about is you remember Sullenberger, okay, is the guy who was reporting. He is the guy who had first reported that Trump references were missing, in particular, several interviews with a woman who had accused Trump of misconduct, okay? And then everybody said, oh, he's making it up, or this woman was deemed not credible, etc. But now the Wall Street Journal has confirmed that, right here, the Wall Street Journal confirmed DOJ to review whether Epstein files about Trump were improperly withheld. They were definitely improperly withheld. There's a picture of Epstein on the fucking subway, right? But so this is confirmation of Sullenberg's reporting. But here's the deal, guys, is in particular, it's concerning a young woman who she had 3 interviews, okay? 3 interviews alleging misconduct with Trump. Now, they're trying to paint her as being not credible, okay? And this woman, though, went on to have, the woman who made these accusations, she went on to have a little bit of a difficult life. She has had some arrests. She has gotten in trouble. But like, guys, if you are SA'd as a child, it's not uncommon for you to grow up having a troubled life where you're getting in trouble with the law, or you're dealing with drug addiction, or you have some other behavioral issue. That, if anything, the fact that this woman has struggled and had some issues is like, it almost corroborates the shit she's saying. Of course she is maladjusted. Of course she has had like issues, trouble with the law, drug addiction, etc., etc. Maybe, you know, unusual sexual behavior and so on and so forth. But like, man, the character assassination, right? They are like going after the credibility of everybody who is involved specifically with the Trump accusations. Now you have people like Michael Tracy that are going after all of the victims. But there is absolutely a coordinated set of attacks here on victims and survivors, on their credibility, lying about Trump being exonerated, putting words in the mouth of the survivors, removing you know, any mention of Trump, and now going back and retroactively pulling out pictures of Lutnick and whomever else. And I mean, guys, there's so many files in there, we don't even know what else they're fucking with at this point, okay? Dude, this shit is messed up, okay? It is messed up, right? Safeguard your stuff. Yeah, don't be a target of opportunity. Dude, fuck Trump. Fuck ICE, resist. Let's go, Tommy. Let's go, Curious. Let's go, baby. Oh, thank you, boss. We appreciate it. Bro, old school. And guys, I have a real problem with this because they've been doing this shit, this character, you know, credibility bashing from the start. If you guys read Julie K. Brown's books or watch any of the documentaries like Filthy Rich, you know that that's what they did. The minute Dershowitz came on the legal team after the original arrests back in 2005, 2006, they had a case against Epstein that was rock solid. And then Dershowitz came in and Ken Starr and all these other flunkies. And next thing you know, the prosecuting attorney was referring to the teenagers as prostitutes. And they literally went before a grand jury and they went before a grand jury and were basically sabotaging their own case, attacking the credibility of their witnesses. And guys, even going in front of the grand jury, okay, was strategic because you don't go in front of a grand jury with SA cases when you have victims. They had victims that were willing to testify. There was no reason to go in front of a grand jury. You know why they went in front of the grand jury, guys? You know why? It's because grand jury testimony gets sealed, okay? If they had gone and even had a single hearing with the witnesses, right, or pursued that case with all their witnesses like you normally do, that would have been on the record. Reporters would have found out about that. The Newswire would have found out about that. But instead, the state attorney, Barry Krischer, took his witnesses in front of a grand jury, attacked their credibility, so the grand jury didn't even believe the witnesses he was presenting, and then the whole thing got put under wraps because they seal grand jury transcripts. So he sabotaged this thing, the state attorney, from the very get-go, okay? That is wild. I mean, they had 50 pages of their MySpace pages. They were accosting the girls for drinking a beer, all kinds of crazy shit. Just deep corruption. And here we are, guys. You know, that was in 2007, okay? And here we are 18 years later, and we are still with Trump and all of his cronies and Dershowitz and all these other weirdos. They're still covering this shit up, man. Right? How could a teenager? No, they can't, Christine. They can't at all. But the fact that they were using that language was super telling, because basically that was the angle of attack they took. They treated it as though that were the case, that the teenagers were the ones that were being the aggressor, that were in it for their own selfish reasons, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, they just absolutely trashed their credibility. So, man, dude, this is real fucking problematic, guys. And I'm getting fed up. I am. Okay? I am getting fed up. Can I show you, speaking of draining the swamp? Let me see if I can find that picture, dude. Oh, where was it? Where was it? I think it is, hold on. I think it is under one of these things. Dude, there was a funny picture, guys. Let me go to my replies. I don't think I saved it, but there was a funny, maybe it was under one of these comments, right? All right. Dude, it was a picture of Trump and Bill Clinton holding hands, and Trump's shirt said draining the swamp, right? And then Bill Clinton's fucking Trump's shirt said I drained the swamp, and Bill Clinton's t-shirt said the swamp. Dude, it's so good. Draining Bubba. But guys, so let's talk about Hillary, and then we'll come back to this picture. Let me see here. Yeah, there it is. There it is. Dude. That's the one. Oh. Isn't that amazing? Dude, that shit is amazing, bro. That's the pick. Oh, Lord have mercy. All right. So let's look at Hillary. So Hillary has a deposition today, guys. Now, here's one of the main problems we have. Okay? Look at what's going on. So Hillary has a deposition. This thing is a sealed deposition. Okay? It is not public. It is the Oversight Committee and Hillary Clinton. But look at what's going on, dude. Lauren Boebert took a picture inside the closed deposition, and then she sent it to Benny Johnson. And I mean, dude, did you put enough watermarks on there, Benny? You fucking freak. Goddamn, bro, there's 100 fucking watermarks. Jesus criminy, dude. But look at this shit. Dude, this is not okay, man. You know what I'm saying? Look at the corruption, everywhere across the board, guys. That you have reps, and guys, she's one of the reps that signed on to the discharge petition. Okay, she is one of the reps that helped move the discharge petition forward, and yet what she's doing is she's now leaking shit from closed depositions. What else is she leaking? What else is she I think this is breaking the law. I don't think it's legal to be disseminating information or photographs from a closed deposition, certainly not sending them to a Russian-funded right-wing shill. Put an RT watermark. Dude, this is crazy, And I mean, it's just the fact that nobody, there's nothing about the entire administration. You can't trust any of them, guys. Okay? It makes you wonder what else. Yeah. No, it makes you wonder a couple of things. What else has she leaked, shared? What else is she lying about? Okay? Because this is essentially, it's no different going into a closed deposition and then leaking pictures you take. That's no different than lying under oath. You know what I'm saying? What else has she lied about? What else has she leaked? What else is she covering up in this thing? If she's going to do this, you think if she finds a smoking gun for Trump, she's not putting that shit in her own personal burn bag? Dude, come on, man. This shit is bullshit. Okay, now let's go ahead and look at Hillary, though. How did she get elected? A solid red district. Hey, girl, that's how she gets elected. she got elected to a solid red district. And then as soon as she had a credible opponent and it was a district that she might lose, she moved, and she moved to another solid red district. Same as MTG. They're like, if you look at these guys, you look at Boebert, you look at MTG, you look at Jim Jordan, you look at a lot of those guys that are like lifers that do nothing. They just get elected year after year, but they're terrible reps and they do nothing. They are in districts that whomever the Republican candidate is wins. They're in gerrymandered, solid, like no question red district. That's how. Okay. Right? And they're literally in there not because they're good at representing the people. They're in there because they're divisive, like problem causers. Okay. They're the type of people that will leak photos for the president or break the law for the president, lie, cheat, steal for the president. You know? That I know, dude, Boebert did barely win even in the deep district, guys. But then she switched districts last time. I mean, she's not reliable, but she's still in there though. Dude. Jesus. So yeah, that is the Hillary picture. You can see, I mean, the picture, there's not much to the picture, right? It's just her sitting at a table. You can like zoom in on it. Right. If you look at it, if you zoom in on it, it's just that, okay? She's just sitting at a table, right, with some lawyers. There's a little Brita of some water, yada, yada, yada. That's what it is. And then Benny Johnson's 10,000 watermarks. But I think, though, guys, the thing about the picture is not even the pic. It's really about the leak. Okay, that photo showing up on Benny Johnson is like, you know, there's nothing of substance in the picture other than the fact that the picture was delivered to Benny Johnson. A MAGA rep took a picture in a closed deposition with her own fucking name on it, so it was so obvious who took it, and then she leaked it to Benny Johnson, who watermarked it and spread it everywhere. But the fact of the matter is they are that brazen right now, where they will literally, yeah, I'm gonna break the rules of this deposition and I'm gonna put this shit out there just as brazenly and as openly, without care, without worry of consequences as possible. And so that is, I feel like that's really making a statement at this point, that they believe they are all like above the law, you know, definitely think they're above the law. But let's look at Hillary. She did make a statement afterwards. Let's watch and see what she said after this thing. Dude. Yeah, no, I'm exhausted too, man. All right, here, you ready? Let's watch her thing. Now, what's crazy about this is apparently this wasn't even just about the Epstein files, okay? This was, you know, they were asking about Pizzagate. They were asking about UFOs and shit. I don't know what the fuck they're doing with this shit. Shit is like crazy, dude. All right, you ready? We're going to watch this, and then we're going to look at the aftermath. Because, guys, I am telling you right now, there is a massive coordinated effort to respond to these things. The right-wing people, I mean, we saw that thing, you know, everybody saw the news report about the Johnny MAGA account being run by the White House staffer. It's at this point, we're seeing a very coordinated campaign that even went so far as to include Elon Musk's AI, which we'll get to in a sec. But let's watch Hillary's statement. She gave this statement after the deposition.
I can only say that the best exchange that I had came at the very end, when, contrary to every other deposition they have taken, no Republican member asked any questions about Jeffrey Epstein or Ghislaine Maxwell to anyone else they have deposed. And in fact, the Republican members didn't even show up for the deposition of 𝗚𝗏𝗏. And when I said that, I had to point out that the only questions that any Republican member asked of any of the people they deposed was of former Attorney General Bill Barr, when Chairman Comer asked him about the allegations, in his view, about Russia's involvement in my election in 2016. So at the very end of this hearing, after I made that point, I want to commend Chairman Comer for raising a series of significant questions that I responded to about the nature of the investigation and the areas that I thought should be explored. So I appreciated that. I want to see the truth come out. So that was a reassuring way to end a very long, repetitive deposition.
A very long, repetitive deposition. Yeah, isn't that crazy? Though that, like, I mean, this tells you everything, guys, right? No Republicans went to depose 𝗚𝗏𝗏. I will repeat, 𝗚𝗏𝗏, the reason Jeffrey Epstein had money, the sort of backbone of the start of his operation, no Republican members from the Oversight Committee went and deposed 𝗚𝗏𝗏. They're not deposing like people. They're not actually seeking information and trying to get a resolve of this case. They are merely talking to very targeted people, trying to develop targeted narratives in order to, they want to shuffle all this off on Bill and Hillary. And so I guess they were asking her about fucking Pizzagate and shit, which is insane. Okay, it is insane that they are, you know what I mean? Like, what does Pizzagate have to do with this shit? Like, nothing. Let me see if I can find another clip of her. Right, this is somebody. Was this one? Hillary's trying to manipulate. Lie. Dude, Hillary showed up at the deposition. Okay, here we go. Let's watch what we got here. All right. She didn't. You ready? Look at this. She did not plead the fifth. Okay. She did not plead the fifth. That's telling, guys. She's like one of the very few people being deposed about this that has not pleaded the fifth. That's big, all right? That's big. Now, somebody mentioned, though, about Ghislaine Maxwell being at Hillary's, like, daughter's wedding or something. And I mean, dude, she definitely knew Ghislaine, okay? I think the question here was if Hillary had hung out with Jeffrey. And I don't believe she has. There is no photographic evidence of Hillary. You've never seen a picture, even in a social sense, of Hillary being with Epstein, okay? Ghislaine did go to Chelsea's wedding, okay? Epstein went to Trump's wedding, okay? Jeffrey himself was at Trump's wedding. But I don't think Hillary had a connection to Jeffrey Epstein. I know Bill did. Okay, we know Bill did. Bill had quite an involved one, and we know that Bill and Hillary both knew Ghislaine. But the thing is, though, is some of it is a timing issue, because you got to remember, okay, that Epstein and Ghislaine were a couple in the 90s. Okay, they were a couple in the 90s. By the time you get to Chelsea's wedding, Ghislaine and Jeffrey Epstein were not hanging out together publicly. They were still hanging out at the island with Jean-Luc Brunel and shit, but they were not a public item, okay? So when Ghislaine and Jeffrey were dating was back when Trump and Epstein were best friends in the 90s, okay? Now, Bill met Epstein near the end of the 90s, and he definitely knew him in the middle to the end of the 90s. Bill did, but I don't think that included Hillary at all. I mean, obviously, Bill was also fucking around. He and Hillary had quite separate lives, as presidents always do. You know what I'm saying? And yes, if she met him, I don't think she'd lie if she met him, because obviously, why would she lie and get caught about that? That would be stupid. That would be like Lutnick level fucking stupid. Okay? It would. Dude, right? One and absolutely done. Except that time on the island. Except that time I took my kids there. Right? Dude, except that time that he and I went into business together. But all right, you ready? Here, let's watch this one. Let's watch this clip.
It's just so interesting that Republicans were so obsessed with being there today, not making it public, yet not a single Republican, not a single one, would join us last week at the deposition of 𝗙ecie𝗶𝗹𝗀𝗀, who was the largest financier, the person that provided Jeffrey Epstein with almost all of his wealth. Not one could attend that deposition, yet they all came today to answer the questions over and over again.
As Secretary Clinton was answering questions, did she plead the fifth at all today?
She did not plead the fifth at any time today. She answered every single question that she was asked, which
Dude, that right there, that speaks volumes, guys. Okay? The fact that she answered every question just speaks volumes. Nobody does that, guys. I don't think I've seen anybody like not take the fifth somewhere. And somebody said earlier that Hillary looks pretty good. Dude, I think she does look good. All things considered, like the savagery she's going through, dude, she looks pretty fucking solid.
Because is appropriate, and we're glad that she did. I just think it's unfortunate that we began asking her questions about UFOs and aliens. I mean, let's be serious at this moment. We have survivors that need answers, and the truth, that's where the focus should be.
Dude, yeah, the Republicans were asking her UFO questions. They were asking her alien questions. They were asking her questions about Pizzagate, which, hello, is not true. Okay, now, but guys, here's where it gets crazy, though. Okay, because as soon as this was over, yeah, dude, Hillary she is tough as nails, man. But so as soon as this was over, though, guys, there was a coordinated campaign online that I have not seen the likes of in a while. Okay, it was literally everywhere were accounts posting these fake pictures. Okay, in particular, this picture. Okay, so look at this. You got Nancy Mace saying, and now they're drumming up the drama. Look at what Nancy Mace, of course, she's making it about her. She says, I want to thank my GOP colleagues for trusting me with a generous amount of time today to question Secretary Clinton on her ties to Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. I am not suicidal. The tires on my car were recently rotated. All of my security cameras work. Like, dude, she is just being a theater kid, right? She's mocking Massey. She's also, though, commenting of suggesting that maybe Hillary might have her killed for asking questions. Okay. I think that's been part of the lore, is everybody who dies is being killed by the Clintons. That's been sort of the lore. They're the deep state overlords or whatever. But so look at, I just said, you're just mental. All right, but look at this. So this guy, whoever this guy is, some fake fucking bullshit profile, he says, I stay out of politics, but sometimes the jokes write themselves. I never met Jeffrey Epstein, Hillary Clinton under oath. And then there's very clearly this AI photo, okay, where that's not even Jeffrey Epstein, right? It is clearly an AI photo, and it does look similar to, like, they made it look like the Prince Andrew, okay? This photo I'm going to show you, it's very similar to this photo, okay? You're going to see the similarity here, right? I mean, it's a little different because this one is a real event that happened with the yellow, but you see how it has like the Christmas lights or whatever up there? This one is similar, right? It very similar creating, but it's AI, right? Definite A1. Thank you. But that's not Jeffrey Epstein. Okay, now, guys, this is where it gets batshit. Okay, because this photo gets posted. This is not the only one. There are many other photos. But look at what happened immediately following this. Somebody asked, right? Somebody asked here, Grok, is this picture real? Now, we know this picture is not real. Okay, we know it. And look at what Grok said. Grok said, yes, the picture is real. It's an authentic proof of an authentic photo of Hillary Clinton, Jeffrey Epstein, and Bill Clinton laughing together at a 2002 social event in New York where Hillary appears to be adjusting Epstein's tie or scarf. It has been widely circulated and verified as genuine for years. That's not true, guys. That is not true. That is a straight up, like, I have no idea where Grok got this information. Okay? Right? Isn't that nuts? And then people challenged it. Grok is not reliable. We just got, right? It is not real. Grok, this is a serious thing to be wrong about. Okay? Then eventually Grok fucking came out and admitted, oh, whoops. But no, look at him. Oh, this isn't even the one where he admitted it. He says every other AI model says this photo is fake, and Grok says this 2002 NYC social event photo is authentic. Matches archival records from the area, widely circulated for years, never debunked by fact checkers like the fake composites out there. Hillary just testified she doesn't recall meeting Epstein, but the image stands on its own. Other AIs may hedge, evidence doesn't. Look at this shit, guys. Isn't this fucked up? Dude, it's insane. But guys, this is on the heels of this is on the heels. I have a screenshot of it. This is on the heels of Grok being like way off the mark, guys. Can I show you something from yesterday or from earlier today? Look at this shit, okay? Look at from earlier today. Look at this, all right? This woman says, Grok, the blonde lady. So Grok was saying, people were asking who this woman is, okay? This woman right here. Everybody online was asking Grok, who is this woman? She was at the State of the Union. And Grok said it's 𝗏𝗏, okay, who is a representative who took that selfie with Donald Trump where his face looks weird. This is 𝗏𝗏, okay? Then people were saying, Grok, the blonde lady's 𝗏𝗏, who is the brunette in the other picture? And look at what Grok is saying. Both photos are Rep 𝗏𝗏 from Florida. The blonde is her official congressional headshot. The brunette in the red dress is her at Trump's State of the Union. She sat on the Democratic side to lead by example, stood and cheered throughout, shook hands with Trump, took a post-speech selfie with him, confirmed by Newsweek, Fox News, Getty AP in her own post, hair appears darker there due to styling/lighting. Full C-SPAN footage matches. I'm like, bro, that ain't 𝗙𝗃𝗃𝗃, dude. Right? That is like a completely different fucking human being, dude. Isn't that insane? Dude, Grok is like, I don't know if Grok is taking a bunch of ketamine too or what. Ella says, yo, boss, got a video for you covering the woman on the right. She's from South Carolina. All right, dude, we'll look at that later, right? But we'll check it out. Isn't this woman though? Isn't this woman the like? Is she the girlfriend of the dude who got shot? The helicopter pilot who got shot? I couldn't tell. She looks like the woman who was standing next to the helicopter pilot. Remember the guy who got the medal? That's who I thought it was when I first saw her. But, right? You know what I'm saying? Let's go. It's in the React. Let's go. But dude, that is clearly not 𝗙𝗃𝗃𝗃. Like, come on, man. Yeah, the Grok is way off the mark, okay? And I immediately got in on this, right? Because I was like, dude, that happened earlier today, okay? That was like when I woke up, I saw that. And then you have Grok arguing. I went off on Grok too, dude. I went off on Grok. And Grok was still insisting that the photo is real, even after I said you're a dumb piece of shit. And he's like, dude, it is from a documented social event. Multiple archives and reports confirm the Clinton social ties to him at the time. Okay? Like, but, right? Dude, insane. Just absolute insanity that this shit is going down, dude. Grok. But then Grok did come around, okay? Eventually, Grok came around. But here's what's weird, okay? Because look at the time here, okay? It was 6:40 p.m. when Grok was telling me that the Clinton photo was real, okay? But now look at under my thing here where other people are posting Grok saying it's not real, right? But look at the time of this. This is 4 minutes before. So before it told me it was not, it was real, it was saying, no, that pic isn't real. It's manipulated. No credible sources. Epstein file releases. There's news reports show Hillary adjusting Epstein's tie with Bill laughing nearby. Hillary has long said she never met him, and this doesn't appear in any verified docs or photos. It does look like an older Clinton event shot with Epstein edited in. So, like, that happened 4 minutes before Grok was telling me that. So after Grok told somebody the photo was not real, Grok was saying it is real. Isn't that wild? Like, it didn't correct itself. It went from real to not real to real to not real. Like, it's just serving up whatever, okay? And let me just say, guys, this shit is like running missile defense. This shit is like surveilling people and could potentially decide if somebody's getting arrested or not. And this thing can't even tell a fucking AI photo. Like, we're cooked, okay? This shit deserves to be in the trash, boss, okay? I have completely, like, disentangled myself from AI. I don't really use it anymore because it is after I had the argument with AI, with it trying to deny the fact that Joe Biden had cancer, that's when I'm like, bro, I'm getting off. This thing spent an hour. It wasn't Grok. It was ChatGPT. But ChatGPT argued with me for an hour trying to tell me that Joe Biden in no way, shape, or form had cancer. No verified sources existed on the internet that he had cancer. And I'm like, homie, what the fuck, bro? You know what I'm saying? Dude, DS, nobody cares, boss. Right? Smell ya. Bye-bye. Right? Thanks for coming out. Dude, isn't that wild? Dude, it is crazy. So Grok is all over this shit. But yeah, dude, this photo is fake as shit, bro. You didn't miss the boot? You did miss the boot. No one cares. Anonymous accounts with generic sunset avatars. Dude, I mean, you gotta, dude, America first, boss. So yeah, there were a bunch of these photos though, okay? Now there's photographic evidence of Clinton with Epstein all over the place, okay? Right? But like this, you know, there is no, that's not Hillary. There's no pictures of Hillary with Epstein anywhere. Okay, there's not. There never has been. But there are a bunch of fake ones, guys. There are a bunch of fake ones now. You see if we can see some others. There's that one. There's one where they're all in, like, in red. Oh, wait. I want to see this clip, too. She's not in this one. Melania is. Yeah, Melania is in a bunch of them. I think this is AI, though. That's not a real photo. There's AIs on both sides. But let me see. There was another one I saw. Dude, curious. Let's go. We got to fight the Nazis and Skynet. This timeline is dog shit. It is indeed, boss. It is indeed. Oh, shit. Dude, let's get the dance party going, shall we? Let's secure that shit. This is, I swear, guys, like Curious George, you're not wrong, boss. This is the worst timeline. Like, we are in the worst timeline, guys. Right? We are just in the worst timeline. But here's what's crazy, though, guys. Why are they deposing Hillary Clinton? Why aren't they deposing Melania? Right? Why aren't they deposing Lutnick, who they got caught lying about this shit? Why aren't they deposing RFK Jr., who was on the plane a bunch of times? Why didn't they depose Les Wexner? What about Alex Acosta? How about Barry Krischer from the state attorney's office that sabotaged his case? How about Leslie Groff and Adriana Ross and Nadia Marcinkova and Sarah Kellen? I mean, I can think of 100 people to depose, right? You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? I can think of 100 people to depose, boss. And where is this shit? Nowhere. It is nowhere. All right? And then right here, like, right? So then they're playing the victim, okay? Right? And Boebert sent an unauthorized photo of Clinton to Benny Johnson, and then Benny's like, this is insane. The deposition is being filmed. Hillary wanted it to be done live on TV. The entire deposition will be released soon. Boebert gave me permission to post a photo with credit. Okay, Hillary's trying to get out of answering questions. No, she's not. She answered every question. Okay? And right? And then Benny did nothing wrong. But here's the deal. Hillary wanted it to be live in public, but they wouldn't do it. They did it closed. Well, once it's closed, you can't be leaking shit. You know what I'm saying? It's like, see, that's just it, dude. They're just filled with fucking subterfuge, okay? They are filled with like lies and deceit and undermining. Dude, let's go. Shim, I appreciate you, boss. Glad I was able to help out. Dude, this whole thing, man, is just a con, dude, right? And again, they just want to make a spectacle of this. That's what it's about. It's about a spectacle. Yeah, Boebert did wrong. Benny Johnson did wrong. But now, though, they've just outed themselves as all part of the cover-up, okay? They're all part of the cover-up. And yeah, they talked about Pizzagate and they talked about UFOs. They made a big deal that Ghislaine is at Chelsea's wedding. I mean, we know Ghislaine was at Chelsea's wedding. Nobody there. It wasn't, do you know fucking Ghislaine Maxwell? All right. But look at this shit, though, dude. Why aren't they deposing Peter Thiel, man? Dude, during the election, during Trump's election, dude, Epstein's taken 2-hour meetings with Peter Thiel. That's weird. Why was Epstein meeting with Peter Thiel during Donald Trump's election in 2016? Why aren't you deposing Peter Thiel? Why aren't you deposing Elon? Yes, right? All of this shit. Dude, the whole thing is a fucking clown show, boss. It's a con, dude. It is a con. All right. Let's see. We saw that one. Where's the other one of Hillary? Oh, yeah, it's this one. All right, we're going to watch this. And, dude, let me get the goal started. All right, dance party goal. Dude, let's go. And thank you for noticing, boss, Shims. Because, yes, I know I'm on the right side of history, boss. Feels good to be on the right side of history. Dude, they do need to get Lutnick, right? They definitely need to get Lutnick. Dude, sorry. I mean, if you're going to come into the chat and you're just going to cry, right? Whatevs, we'll move you along. Thank you. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for coming out. Let's go. Yes. GFY, baby. The Pine Box. Pine Box. The Pine Box dance party. Bye-bye. 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 Oh, Trumpy. Oh, bye-bye. See you in the next life. Scroll you later. Let's go. Oh, dude, I love it. Dude. All right, you ready? Let's see this one.
At their demand, and one of the members violated that rule, which was very upsetting because it suggested that they might violate other of our agreements.
Yeah, see, that's the point about the Boebert thing, right? Is Bill and Hillary wanted to do an open, live, public deposition. The Republicans said, no, it's got to be closed doors, and then they are leaking photos. So they made it their rules, and then they were breaking their rules. Okay? Right? Isn't that wild? So that's concerning because, all right, well, what other rules are they going to break? When are they going to go back against other shit that they said? Right? I mean, they just won't be above board. Everything they do is crooked. Dude, Jenny says, I'm saving files in dataset 9, page 755 through 799 are duplicates of page 1, and then page 800 is new files again. Yeah, there you go. It's like more fucking subterfuge. Like if you are, right? And look at that shit. Like what Jenny's doing. What Jenny said right there. She's downloading all of the stuff from dataset 9, so you can't, right? You know what I'm saying? So what you can't do is, hold on, we're going to get rid of some of these people. We got trolls now. They're probably gamer shitters coming in here, but whatever, we'll move them along. But so Jenny is downloading these pages of files, grabbing all this shit. But they took away the option, okay, to zip. You can't just download a zip and get all of it. But then what happens is you get in there and it'll have 45 pages of repeating page 1. So if you get there, you might think, oh, I'm back at the beginning. I just got all the pages, right? But you don't have all the pages, okay? They've made it so there's like multiple instances of them trying to even get you to stop downloading them. You know, like it is like the whole thing is so set up. And 𝗙 said, what he said is that the turd and the rest of the pedos will get away with it, especially since he's already trying to suppress our votes for November. Let's go, 𝗙. I don't believe they're going to get away with it, 𝗙. I disagree with you, but you may be right. But I think there's going to be some ramifications. I don't know if it's going to be for Trump, but there's something's going to happen. I feel like something's coming out. Okay. You know what I mean? I'm not giving up just yet. Right? I'm not. We'll see though. You may be right. But I'm still thinking that no, some shit's going to come down. Okay? Some shit is going to come down, boss. All right, here we go.
So we had to cease the hearing for a period of time until we could get assurances that no rules would be broken going forward, and we returned to answer questions repetitively, literally over and over again. I don't know how many times I had to say I did not know Jeffrey Epstein. I never went to his island. I never went to his homes. I never went to his offices. So it's on the record numerous times. It then got, at the end, quite unusual because I started being asked about UFOs and a series of questions about Pizzagate, one of the most vile, bogus conspiracy theories that was propagated on the internet.
Thank you, 𝗙cie𝗶𝗹𝗀𝗀.
That was serving as a basis of a member's questions to me. So I can only say that the best exchange that I had came at the very end, when, contrary to every other deposition they have.
All right, so we saw what she talked about there. At the end is the Comer section where he said, what leads do you think we should follow up? Okay, and we saw that earlier where she talked about like having an opportunity to give her thoughts on who they should be talking to. But yeah, isn't that wild that they were talking about fucking Pizzagate? Like they were talking about the fake fucking scandal. You know what I'm saying? The fake Pizzagate shit. Like, what does that have to do with anything, man? And even putting that on the record, man, I feel like that is a ploy, okay? Because they can, if they ask her a question about Pizzagate, and they can then, now Pizzagate is in the deposition record. Now they can release like a snippet of the deposition record, right? And you know what I'm saying? And as though like Pizzagate is real or something. It's one of those things where they, by putting it in the deposition and on the record, it now exists in the Epstein lexicon, okay? And that's kind of like, they do that kind of shit. It's like getting a soundbite, okay? If one of her responses, you know, even if she just gives a yes or no answer, they could then present it. Hillary is still denying Pizzagate, even though we confronted her with all the evidence. And you post that shit on Facebook, and there you go. Everyone's like, oh my God, they're talking about Pizzagate in the Epstein deposition, right? Dude, that is so fucked up, guys. I mean, it's obvious that all they're doing is building narrative. Yeah, no, we've actually had quite a few trolls tonight, right? Yeah. There's quite a few. We're like getting rid of them one by one. I think it might even just be one or two people on multiple accounts. Dude, Trump supporters are dumb, bro. But yeah, man, not fucking good, boss. Okay? This shit is no bueno, right? And then here's another one, though, where Benny Johnson, I guess, posted this email, right? Where Howard Lutnick was trying to get Epstein to go to a campaign fundraising event for Hillary Clinton. All right. And I don't think Epstein ever went, right? But it was Lutnick trying to get them together in the same room, right? Isn't that interesting? Lutnick, the guy who lied about all of his connections to Epstein. Isn't it crazy that he tried to, now he works for Trump? Okay, Lutnick lied about Epstein, lied about the island, lied about being in business with him. And Lutnick is what is he? He's fucking commerce? Yeah, Secretary of Commerce. But Lutnick, right? Lutnick tried to get fucking Epstein to come to a Hillary Clinton fundraiser, which if it had happened, then there would be a photo of Clinton and Epstein together. Isn't that interesting that Lutnick, like, you just wonder if some of these guys were like part of this, setting this shit up like 10 years ago already, you know what I mean? They're all like, in this fucking bag. They're all in the bag together, right? Dude, crazy. Dude, Rubio and Vance are like, they're gonna fight, boss. Yeah, this is the Epstein administration. For sure, dude. Right? For sure, boss. All right. It is outrageous, dude. Lot of propaganda today. Dude, and this shit, like, what the fuck is Stephen Smith doing, dude? Where he's like, the Epstein files were in existence and free to have been opened during the Biden administration. No, they weren't, Stephen Smith, you dumb fucker. Like, shut up. And no, Lutnick is Secretary of Commerce. Secretary of the Treasury is 𝗙ecie𝗶𝗍𝗀. Lutnick is Commerce. Transportation is Duffy. Commerce is Lutnick. Treasury is 𝗙ecie𝗶𝗍𝗀. Right? And in Interior is Burgum. Rubio is Secretary of State. Dude, they're all so unqualified. Dude, curious. Let's go, baby. Oh! Dude, Lutnick is the Secretary of fucking Epstein Island, bro. Dude, yeah, what is he doing? Like, what is he missing? I'll tell you what you're missing, Stephen Smith, you dumbass. You're missing the fact that they convicted Ghislaine. They went on trial. They convicted Ghislaine. They got a 20-year sentence. And then all that shit went under wraps, legally tied down while she was appealing. And again, we wouldn't even be looking at this shit now if it wasn't for Pam Bondi closing the case with that unsigned DOJ memo that came out in July. That's why this shit is even getting looked at. If she had not done that memo, this shit would still be under wraps. Okay? Dude, they're all evil, man. Did you see that photo? Like, there was a photo of, let me see. There was a photo from the State of the Union that is, shit, where is it? I can't really scroll it's risky to scroll on Twitter now. Okay, it is, dude. Hold on, let me see. There was a photo of all of them at the State of the Union that is like really unnerving. Okay. Let me see if I saved it. If not, I can find it. I just got to figure out how they worded this. Stop stupidity. Let's go, baby. Yeah, dude, he's like, dude, it's like everybody is like turning over for the pedos. I don't understand why they're doing it. It seems a little weird, dude, doesn't it? Oh, I found one of the other fake photos. Here's the other fake Hillary photo. You see that? Right? Like they're wearing like red robes or something, dude, with like bodies. Dude, this shit is going around isn't this crazy? It's got Epstein, Bill, Hillary, and Bill Gates, and the fucking goat, dude, it's like Moloch or whatever. Dude, isn't that funny? Oh my God. This is like another one of the AI photos that's like making the rounds. And I'm telling you right now, there are going to be Trumpers that believe that shit. They're going to see that on Facebook and think, oh my God, that Pizzagate was real, right? All right, hold on. All right, I don't know where. I thought I saved. Oh, I found it. Right, it was one image, dude. Look at this. This picture. There's a lot of evil in one image. Look at that picture, though, dude. Look at that. You got fucking Tom Cotton. You got Langford looking all grim. There's fucking Noam and what's her name, dude? A1, Besant, Hegseth, Bondi, right? Burgum, like Susie Wiles. I mean, dude, they literally, I feel like they would go to Zorro Ranch and like eat babies. I mean, look at Hegseth. Doesn't he look like a robot? Dude, Besant too. These guys are so robotic. She looks like she's ready to, like, she's trying to figure out who owns dogs, right? Pam Bondi's like, dude, Death Eaters? Jesus. That shit is frightening, isn't it? It is like one of the gnarliest looking cabinets. So scary. Shit is whacked, guys. We are talking like absolute whack jobs. All right, moving on. Next up, we should talk about that Trump executive order. Somebody had mentioned this. This is not something that has been signed, but it is a draft of something that was around. Where is it? Right here. Yeah, Washington Post. Dude, James Banks, let's go, baby. Dude, we're gonna get the dance party secured. But this is something we do need to talk about, okay? We're gonna hit this in a minute, dude. We got 11 minutes. Ready? We need 22 and 11. We got to dial in. We got to secure the dance party. We're going to get this under wraps, and then we're going to go into that WaPo story. What a crazy day, guys. Isn't it? Like, I feel like today had, you know, not necessarily crazy big buzzwords, but it was like, today was like a lot of really impactful shit, you know what I mean? Like there's a lot of shit sort of under the radar, but like high impact. You didn't have Trump out there like making a spectacle, right? Stephen A gets his talking points from Hannity. Yeah, Freddie, that's crazy. I remember people talking about Stephen A being a potential presidential candidate, and I'm not seeing it. Dude, stop stupidity. Let's go, boss. Dude, Jenna Ray Dragon, X-Ray, says, wish USA would protest Epstein class like Belgium did in 96 against their pedo parliament was massive. Oh my God, Jenna, I wish we could be like 20% of what Europe is. And especially fucking Belgium and Brussels and you know, Amsterdam, the Netherlands too. Like, I love that part. The Belgium, Netherlands sort of region. I feel a deep connection. Isn't Brussels is like the most liberal city? It's the most woke city on the planet, isn't it? Let's go. Stephen A is an op. He definitely is. But so the stop stupidity. Let's go, baby. Dude, what was I going to say? I would love to see any, like, I feel like we're not getting any fucking pushback. You know what I'm saying? We're getting like nobody in our government. The Republicans control the whole fucking government. And none of them, except for Thomas Massie, is even pushing against this. I mean, you had the women, right? Like Boebert and Nancy Mace that went along with the discharge petition. But as soon as that was over, they are now in on the Trump protection, you know, train. If Trump runs the elections, it's Luigi time. Oh shit, Curious George. All right. You gotta be careful. The FBI is gonna show up at your door. I am not endorsing Luigi time, by the way. All right. I'm not endorsing that. But if Trump tries to take over the elections, there will be some battling going on with that. See, the thing about this though, guys, is even with we're about to read that story. Shy says, we can't let racist regime win. Vote blue. Let's go. We're not going to let him win. Stop stupidity. Let's go. So here's what I do want to say, guys, is I want to say that we're going to read this thing in the Washington Post, and we're going to read about, I guess it's an executive order. It's a draft of like trying to say, oh, China interfered, and therefore I'm going to commandeer the elections. I don't think that even if he tries this thing, now we're getting advance notice of it. But even if he were to try this thing, I don't think it would survive a court challenge. I honestly don't. Trying to take control. You can't really federally take control of the U.S. elections. There's very distinct, separations in the Constitution. Cannibalism must have criminal charges, all levels. Yeah, no, I'm with you on that, Tony. But you know what I'm saying? But the fact that they're being so brazen, guys, that they're being so brazen with, Trump basically saying, yeah, I'm going to try breaking the law. And nobody on his side wants to stop him. Okay? Right? That's the thing. Dude, stop stupidity. Let's go. Now, executive orders don't mean shit. Yeah, he can't change the Constitution with an executive order. He can't change the law. The only thing he can control with an executive order is Washington, D.C., and they don't vote for, right? They don't have they're not in Congress, so they're not part of this. They're not, right? They don't have any voting power over the federal elections. So, right? He can't do shit. But it's the fact that nobody is fighting against him, right? The fact that he says, I'm going to try this crazy law-breaking shit, and nobody in the Republican Party says, yeah, we should probably stop this guy. This is getting a little crazy. They're all just going along with it. Supreme Court has a MAGA vein running through it. It does indeed. Let's go, Tony. Brian Tyler Cohen had on a guest that was freaking out about this. Who was the guest, Railyard? I'm curious about that because I know some people are freaking out, okay? And you know what I'm saying? I know people are freaking out and legal minds are, I'm sure, like trying to cover all bases. But I think it's important to have some people that are freaking out, because you do have to develop a defense. Like, you do have to take it serious that he is trying to, sabotage. Okay. I think it's important to, like, you want to freak out enough to be like, wow, we better be ready for this. Stop stupidity. Let's go. But you don't want to freak out to the point of where you get all paralyzed and are not fighting and you think it's all over with. You know what I'm saying? Because there's a worry always, right? Let's get it. Thank you, Ella. Like, there's always a worry. But here's the problem, though, guys, is the problem is stop stupidity is what it would look like, okay? Because him writing an executive order, like, the states can just go and, like, surround their voting precincts with the state National Guard, okay? And with orders to protect the vote. And nobody from the federal government gets in that precinct. And then what's going to happen? Is the federal government going to show up and shoot the state National Guard? I mean, at some point you would commandeer your state and you would make them have to make the first move of, like, some type of violence. Right? You know what I mean? That's what it would come down to. It would be like a Cuban Missile Crisis at your election precinct, where you have a governor and a mayor of a major city, like, arming their National Guard to prevent anyone from going into the polling place. That's what it would come down to. And then Trump, you got an option. If you want to start shooting people and you want to let the whole world know that you are officially, like, declaring war on your own country, go ahead and do that. But once that happens, like, all public opinion is going to turn against you. You know what I mean? Like, 𝗙cie𝗶𝗹𝗀 looking forward to that double wide pine box. You know what I'm saying? Like, that is, you know what I'm saying? That is, that's, like, I see, like you gotta, like, they're gonna have to force it, and I really think this is important. Okay, dude, so nice to end my day with your energy. Hope, yeah, Paula, let's go. We got this. I'm a firm believer in this, guys. Mr. Moj, thank you, boss. That at some point, right, and I think the elections are going to be, it's going to come to a head here. Because, again, even if he writes that executive order, stop stupidity, let's go. Even if he tries to say, I'm taking over the elections, he doesn't, like, there's no infrastructure for him to do that. So if the governors of the blue states mobilize their National Guard and their whatever police forces they have, and they protect their voting precinct, it will force his hand. Are you going to start an international incident and declare war and shoot your own citizens in order to try and take over their voting precinct? Which, like, I think if that happened, I think they would lose all the support in a lot of America. You know what I'm saying? And it would be multiple states too, right? How many blue states are there? There's like 26. You know what I'm saying? So, oh shit, we made it. Dude, community is vital. It is indeed, Tony. Stop stupidity, let's go. Stop stupidity again, let's go. Dude, Mr. Moj again, 30 and 30. Dude, we got the 31 and 30, which we had 2 coming in at the end, dude. Curious George came in hot at the end too. Let's go. So, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, that would be that, like, and so, like, again, I think we force it, right? That's what I think we do, though. I think we have to force it to call his bluff, right? Right? You know what I mean? I mean, when you think about it, guys, there are 2 options, okay? Option number 1 is you just give in to the fear of what he's going to do and you give him power over you. And I don't think you can do that option, okay? if he tries to take illegal power over the elections, we will say, no, you are not. You're going to have to fight that. You're going to have to shoot us in order to do that. Like, the only way you're getting this is if you start the international incident where there is no coming back from, okay? Because let me tell you that the whole world will gladly arm up against Trump. I'm telling you that right now, guys. I know the whole world will coalition. If Trump were to shoot like that, if Trump were to attack a voting precinct, I think we could easily get 20 countries mobilized to put him in Guantanamo, okay? Absolutely. I think there would be no question whatsoever, right? There would be no question. He will try. He will not try. And if he does, then it's over. Then we end it. Then we end it right there. And Trump and all of his cabinet end right there in a violent skirmish. Okay? Let him try. But I think, though, we have to force him to make the move. No more, no giving him an inch. We are not giving Trump an inch. If he writes an executive order, we're not obeying it. If they try to get in the precinct, we're not letting them in. Okay? That's it. It's like you're going to have to come in guns drawn, and you're going to have to commit to that thing. And then as soon as you do it, it's going to be the end of all of them. Okay? It's going to be pine boxes for the whole set. So do it, Trumpy, right? You got the nuts? Bring it. Let's see it. Dude. Let's see it, baby. Dude, let's go. Oh, shit. Dude, we're ready, boss. I'm ready for it. He is all talk, okay? Trump is a talker. But guys, at his heart of hearts, dude, he's a sissy, boss. He is. He's a scaredy cat. He wouldn't even admit. He'll never admit. Even when he's like being nefarious and cheaty, he won't admit it. He's too afraid. He is just a coward. Okay? He's a coward. I say bring it on, Trump. Dude. I'm serious, guys. I am ready to force the confrontation. Right? I am. I'm ready to enforce the confrontation. He encouraged storming your Capitol. He did. But then he ran away, though. He never even owned it. Even after he got them to storm it, he denied it. And then he lied about the election. He's a coward. Okay? If he was actually somebody who wasn't a coward, he would have owned that shit and said, yeah, we were fucking storming the Capitol. Right? He is a chicken shit. He is, dude. He never even admitted he cheated on his women, dude. Dude, he is a chicken shit. I am ready for Trump coward. I am just not afraid of this guy. Okay? You know what I'm saying? Like, I am not living in fear of what this guy's gonna do. Like, no, I'm not giving him that power, dude. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, even look at what happened, guys. Look at what happened in Minneapolis. Okay? Dude, ICE is gone in Minneapolis. They went in there. They went in with 3,000 agents. They shot a couple civilians. Shit got out of hand. People fought back and protested. Eventually, Bovino got shit canned. Trisha McLaughlin stepped down, and they had to send Holman in there to make nice. And now they're out of Minneapolis. Okay? Right? Because of why? Because public opinion got real hot. Everybody was the whole world was what the fuck are you doing? And then he's like, oh shit, we got to fire Bovino. And they tried to make it look like he didn't back down. But dude, he fucking blinked. Okay? He blinked and he backed down. And they're being good as a peep. You know, most of them are getting removed, right? There's still a small contingent there, but they have way dialed back and they're not attacking people anymore. I mean, there's still some spots around the country where they're out of hand. Like, the war with ICE ain't over, but I'm saying in Minneapolis, he got defeated and he blinked and he backed down. And you know what I'm saying? Dude, Mike Pence is scared of his power? Let's go. Dude, Mike Pence? Yeah, but Mike Pence is a fucking wuss too, dude. The world would rain down him like M. Bison from Street Fighter if he literally tried to steal the election by force. I believe they would. Let's go. Dude, yeah, it was 3,000 agents at there, and now they've like dialed it way back. Way, way back. I'm full of shit about Trump and Capitol. No, I'm not. I'm right on about Trump and Capitol. You know what you're talking about. Let's go. Still trying to blame it on the Somalians? Dude, I know. Well, and look at all their shit, guys. Look at all their threats. They still haven't arrested a single person, guys. Remember their threats? Right? Oh, they're going to arrest AOC. They're going to arrest J.B. Pritzker, Gavin Newsom, right? Bloody, bloody, blah. Right? They're going to arrest. Who else were they going to arrest? Oh, yeah, the sandwich guy. They tried him twice and he got off. Right? They were going to give a Tesla person like 50 years for keying a Tesla. Remember? Dude, they are like those parents that have lost control of the kids and are like, if you smash one more window, I'm going to like do something really bad to you. And then the kid goes and smashes a window and is like, what are you going to do? If you smash one more window, I swear there's going to be consequences. Dude. Oh, shit. Trump and Capitol? Yeah, I don't know, dude. There's some trolls that are just being idiots tonight. That's all right. You gotta, we're getting big, right? Oh, shit. They did raid the LA school district, right? I don't know what that's about, actually. You know what I'm saying? Ah. Grounded for life. Yes. Oh, shit. Isn't that funny? Yeah, they're like, I mean, it's gonna get crazy though, guys. I don't want to underestimate how crazy it's gonna get, because it is. But let's look at this article. All right, let's see what we got. You know what they say, guys. The only thing to fear is fear itself. Okay? I just know this. You ready? Here's what I know is, and take this for what it will, because I know everyone's going to cope with this in different ways. But one of the things that I learned from growing up with an abusive, authoritarian, like father he was manipulative. He would strong arm you. He would try to like cut you down from every single angle. And the one thing that I know from surviving that man and defeating him is you never give him the mental advantage. Okay? You never let him get you to believe he's going to win. Okay? It's like really, really important. Okay? That you have to keep an eye on that, because what happens is when you start thinking there's no hope and that it's already over, you don't do the work you need to do to guarantee you win. Okay? It's like we're going to win unless we get apathetic and start believing that he's controlling us and so we can't fight it anymore, right? It's like that doomerism is how they try to manipulate you, okay? People that are ineffectual do that shit. They try to break you down from the outside and they try to crush your hope and try to make you think. And I mean, you see it every day, guys, online with like you get on Twitter and they are flooding you with like Democrats are panicked. We're so far ahead in the election. Popular opinions on our side, right? And then a special election happens and we win by 40 points. And you realize like, wow, they're just trying to make us think it's over so we stay home, So we give up, so we stop fighting, okay? You know what I'm saying? And so the thing about it is you have to not let them infect you in that way. You have to maintain your focus on the fact that you're winning. We're going to outlast that fucking coward. We are going to stand up to him. We're going to make him back down like we have every time thus far, because right now we're winning, okay? We are winning right now. We are winning right now. And that's why he's getting more and more panicked. That is why he is getting more and more like flustered, okay? Because we are so clearly winning. And he's going to get even crazier, okay? But like, we're not going to give him the upper hand, okay? We're going to kick his ass. And that's it. There's no question. I don't care what he does. I don't care if he sends ICE to the precincts. We're winning. I don't care if he tries to send the military to the goddamn precinct. We are winning. We don't have an option to lose. When you're facing fascism, there is no option for us to lose, okay? Give me a fucking break, dude. It's our entire survival is based on this. There will be no fucking losing here, okay? None. It's not an option. Dude, Curious said, only people still supporting MAGA are billionaires and really dumb punts. Dude, agreed. Let's go. Dude, and the racist among us. Dude, let's go, baby. Dude, all right, but let's read this, though. Let's at least see what he's cooked up, okay? He's, right, urged to declare emergency. Now, guys, you do have to remember that his attempts to declare emergency for the tariffs failed. Tariffs got overruled even by his Supreme Court, okay? His attempts to declare fake emergencies in California and in Illinois and in Oregon to control the National Guard failed, okay? So he has already gotten cucked in multiple varieties of trying to declare fake emergencies, okay? So now they're looking for, all right, what other emergency can I maybe declare, right? And they're trying to scare us. They're trying to like make us think, oh, he's going to take over the elections. So let's give him a little, let's not piss him off. And it's like, no, we are going to piss him off. We are going to push him, okay, to like him to make a radical move. Okay, that's what you do. You want them to lash out. I mean, as much as like the deaths of Renee Good and the death of Alex Preddy were tragic. But one thing that you saw from both of those people is they forced a move. Okay, they showed up. They did not back down. They forced a move. The ICE agents overreacted, which met with huge ramifications of worldwide attention. And next thing you know, Bovino's gone. Trisha McLaughlin steps down. Holman comes in, and they pull like most of the ICE agents out of Minneapolis. Okay, because we forced them to do fucking right. They overreacted, and it blew up in their face. You know, and we're gonna continue pressing that, and that means like, unfortunately, there are casualties. Like Kent State, the same way. I mean, we're not going to get out of it unscathed. More people are probably going to get hurt. But like, we have to be willing to get hurt and force them to make the horrible move, right? By just constantly confronting. And you know, I think that's the only way out of this. We certainly can't give in to them based on fear. You know, that's not an option. And they're going to try to like, it's going to get worse, man. They're like, I can only imagine what like from summer, dude, I bet summer's going to be bad, bro. Like, can you imagine every day, like some crazy new lying controversy? Like, what is summer going to be like? How many like AI photos and videos of like congressional candidates are going to be floating around this summer? Like, I feel like it's going to be like mental. Like, it's going to be disinformation like we've never seen. Dude, Curious says Trump has an emergency in his adult diapers. Dude. Dude, Trump's having something. Dude, it's going to be crazy. It is. Dude, we're going to win. We are going to flip seats. Dude, I think we might win a Texas Senate race, guys. We might win we may very well win the Florida governorship, guys. Like there could be some big flips. Florida, can you imagine a blue governor in Florida, bro? That would be a backbreaker for them. Can you imagine if we win one of the Senate seats in Texas? That would be a backbreaker. Like, we have the opportunity this election to not only stand up to Trump, but to break their will and make them like the infighting they will have. But we need to show up in droves, man. You know what I'm saying? We need to show up in droves. You live in Austin? How is it in Austin, Scrimers? How is it? Is it like, what's the vibe in Austin? Is Austin like fuck Trump just openly? I'm curious what it's like in Texas. Yeah, Texas can flip. It's hard, though, because they suppress a lot of the vote. Like, the minority vote in Texas gets heavily suppressed. You were so sick of the Republicans? Me too. Like, dude, we need to, yeah, I know Austin is the liberal haven, but I'm curious if it is like still staunchly liberal or if it is, you know, says we hate Abbott as well, but once you go further out, it's MAGA still a lot of weird religious zealots who moved here. Dude, so it's kind of like Portland, right? Portland is like that too, where Portland is like blue as shit. But if you go 2 miles in any direction, it is like red necky, boss. It is like blinding red. You know what I'm saying? It is like that light bulb kind of red, bro. Just burning your retinas. All right, you ready? Let's read this article. Here we go, dude. WaPo, baby. Got the Rogan types moving from California, but you get the San Francisco, New York City guys too. You do indeed. Dude, Trump literally poops his pants regularly. He does. He does. Dude, Trump is the ultimate shitter. Thank you, Curious. It is true, dude. Trump, when we call Trump a shitter, we are not lying, right? We're not lying. All right, so it says Trump seeking executive power over elections is urged to declare emergency. Activists who say they are in coordination with the White House are circulating a draft executive order that would unlock extraordinary presidential power over voting. Okay? And there's a voter in Virginia voting in 2024. All right, it says pro-Trump activists who say they are in coordination with the White House are circulating a 17-page draft executive order that claims China interfered in the 2020 election as a basis to declare a national emergency that would unlock extraordinary presidential power over voting. President Donald Trump has repeatedly previewed a plan to mandate voter ID and ban mail-in ballots in November's midterm elections, and the activists expect their draft will figure into Trump's promised executive order on the issue. Again, though, executive orders don't fucking mean shit. They are not laws. And so it begins. I mean, we're going to go through this, guys, but we are going to kick their ass, okay? Let's see. It says the White House declined to elaborate on Trump's plans. Under the Constitution, it's the legislatures and states that really control how a state conducts its elections, and the president doesn't have any power to do that, said Peter Tickton, a Florida lawyer who is advocating for the draft executive order. Tickton attended the New York Military Academy with Trump, was part of his legal team that filed an unsuccessful 2022 lawsuit accusing Dems of conspiring to damage him with allegations that his 2016 campaign colluded with Russia. And let me just tell you, dude, okay, right? Let me just tell you that Russia did collude with Trump in 2016. We know this. Now, here's what I find interesting. What 𝗙ście🗶🗆 said there is that the Groypers are being told by Fuentes not to vote, okay? And I'm telling you right now, guys, there are factions of the MAGA movement that want Trump out. Like, I don't think we're on our own here, guys. Like I don't think it's just the Dems fighting Trump who's going to try to take control of the election. I think significant portions of the MAGA coalition want Trump to eat shit because he just absolutely lied to them. Like Nick Fuentes and those guys, the Groypers, they are so mad because Trump is not doing any of the extreme shit he promised. He is like caving all over the place. H-1Bs, no mass deportations. They're hardly deporting people. They're still sending money overseas. They're like, right? The anti-Semitic people are freaking out by the Zionism in the Trump camp. And so there are factions of the MAGA base that want Trump to lose. They want him to lose. I think a lot of people want him to lose, you know? So it's going to be interesting because I think he's got people on his own side that are fucking him off, you know? You know what I'm saying? Like, but we'll see. I mean, that could change at any minute because it's not like Nick Fuentes is trustworthy. Like Nick Fuentes could, you know, come October be like, we're all in for Trump. Like, fuck the Democrats, right? I mean, I don't trust those guys. Fuentes and Candio, I don't trust them as far as I can throw them. So you know what I mean? But I do know that they are like very against Trump, and even a lot of the young people are like sort of over Trump too, because nothing's gotten better, dude. Young people can't find jobs, man. You know what I'm saying? Dude, it's really hard to find a job right now. Young people can't move out of their parents' house. And you know, we're now a year away from Biden. Like, they should have done something. They haven't even passed any legislation to try to make it cheaper here. All they passed was something to give the rich people a bunch of money. And that's not going to bode well for them. You know? You know what I mean? And yes, he is a pedophile. Dude, he is an Epstein rapist. Okay? You know what I mean? Yeah, and you're right. You're right. The far righters, I don't think they're voting. I think a bunch of people are going to sit out, dude. I think that they are having, you know, if we can all show up, I think we're going to do well. You know what I'm saying? If we show up, we're going to do well. We're only going to have a problem if we start warring with each other over like the progressives versus the Dems versus whatever. We need to put all of our shit aside and just stick together. And if we do that, I think we got this. All right. But anyway, so this guy, this Peter Tickton guy who's behind this brief, he's already lost a lawsuit previously. Okay. But he's trying again. All right. He says, but here we have a situation where the president is aware that there are foreign interests that are interfering in our election processes. That causes a national emergency where the president has to be able to deal with it. But here's the problem, is the president doesn't have to be aware. Like, the language he's using here is problematic for these guys, okay? Because the president doesn't need to be aware that there are foreign interests interfering in our election processes. The president has to have actual verifiable proof that this is happening. Right? In order for him to exercise this power, he can't just say, oh, I'm aware that something is going on out there somewhere. It's like, no, bro, you're going to need some proof. Okay? 𝗙cie says, just be prepared to vote in person with someone. ICE will be there. If you don't have anyone to go with, that's why communities like this exist. Stronger together. Don't be scared. Let's go. Yeah, no, I like that. Do be prepared. If they cuck mail-in, do be prepared to have to get in there and help your neighbors, especially your brown neighbors, your brown and black neighbors and LGBTQ neighbors. You may need to get them there and protect them. Okay? And yeah, I will vote by mail way early. Okay? I think voting early is the way to go, guys. I think we want to vote as early as possible and just be sure. Like, get in there. Yeah, help people register. I think if you can be boots on the ground, you know, contact your local Dem office or your local DSA and get involved. Okay, get your boots on the ground, either door knocking or phone banking or registering voters. If we could get people like out registering voters right now, especially if you're in a purple, anywhere that's kind of purple, like contact your local Dem office and get into the voter registration aspect of it. That's going to be huge. Getting people registered, and then we're going to go harvest those ballots, right? But it says, you know, he's counting on the president being aware, which causes a national emergency. Then he has to be able to deal with it. Okay, the emergency would empower the president to ban mail ballots and voting machines as the vectors of foreign interference, Tickton argued. The idea of claiming emergency executive powers based on allegations of foreign interference attaches new significance to the administration's actions to reinvestigate the 2020 election. Trump has never accepted defeat while never finding evidence of widespread fraud. Director of National Intelligence 𝗙cie 𝗹𝗹𝗪, the Russian asset, is leading a review of election security that officials said focuses on foreign influence. So they're setting it up, trying to do this shit. Okay, a 2021 intelligence review concluded that China considered efforts to influence the election, but did not go through with them. Tickton said he's had certain coordination with White House officials, but declined to specify, citing safety concerns. But his input has successfully led to a presidential action before. Tickton represents Tina Peters, a former Colorado County clerk, in prison on state charges arising from breaking into voting equipment, whom Trump said he pardoned in December. The presidential pardon did not free Peters from her 9-year prison term because he has no power over state crimes. A White House official said the staff is regularly in communication with a variety of outside advocates who want to share their policy ideas, aka ideas on how they might be able to cheat, with the president. But any speculation about his actions or announcements is just that, speculation. I have searched the depths of legal arguments not yet articulated or vetted on this subject, and will be presenting an irrefutable one in the very near future, Trump said on social media on February 13th. I will be presenting them shortly in the form of an executive order, he added the same day. Again, though, guys, he cannot do anything with an executive order, okay? An executive order has no bearing over us. Okay, or your state, wherever you are, unless you live in Washington, D.C., right? You won't be able to vote in Minneapolis because you're moving. All that sucks. That's a bummer. I'm sorry about that. That is a bummer, because that would have been like a fucking revenge vote. All right, Trump is pressuring Republicans to pass legislation to require proof of citizenship for voter registration and ID to cast ballots. The measure, called the Save America Act, passed the House but faces obstacles in the Senate, where Republican leaders have rejected Trump's demand to change the chamber rules to move the legislation forward. Dude, they want to eke around the silent filibuster, but I don't know if they're going to be able to do it. I don't think they have enough people to force the talking filibuster. And again, I don't know. We'll see. I think some people want to sort of cuck Trump's power. And I think, I mean, when you think about it, guys, we're going to have to see what happens, because I don't want to predict what's going on, because anything could happen. Okay. We're in a powder keg, but here's kind of one of the feelings I've been having is that the Republicans in the House and the Senate are they're not standing up to Trump. Okay. We're seeing this very clearly, right? That they're not fighting him. They're not exercising power, even with the tariffs. They fucking let it go to the Supreme Court. They did pass a resolution. Okay. But for the most part, they are not standing up to him, the Republicans, at all. But guys, if they do want to fuck him up, and if they do want to put a check on his power, they don't really have to stand up to him. All they have to do is let the House get lost, okay? If they don't do anything outrageous to cuck the election, right? Like if they don't pass the SAVE Act and then the Dems win the House, then Trump's power will be shut off, but the Republicans wouldn't have to stand up to him to do it. So we do have a situation where if the Republicans want to exercise soft power without them having to stand up to Trump, the way they're going to do it is to let the election get won by the Dems, right? That is the way that I could see them going about it. Because then they cuck his power, but they don't do it by also being like not on his side, right? They appear to be on his side. We're doing everything we can, but oh, whoops, sorry, right? And you know, with the number of people that are retiring and the Dems are running candidates in every district, I mean, we'll see, okay? I'm not going to give them the benefit of the doubt, but if they do want to cuck his power without having to stand up to him, that's going to be the way they do it, is by going, you know, not full force at trying to protect the House. And I mean, we've seen this. Indiana didn't redistrict. Utah added a blue seat, okay? Right? You know what I'm saying? So, like, he has Texas and some other places that are working with him, but already Republicans around the country have said, we're not going to do your shit there, Trumpy. And so, like, there is a good opportunity that maybe some of these guys cuck him by just not, you know, going balls to the wall for him. So, but we'll see, okay? Dude, Curious says, everyone in the room with Trump is aware of the imminent danger his filled diapers threatens. Y'all, the man has poop in his pants talking to dignitaries. All right. I mean, he does. I'm not going to argue with that, dude. He is definitely, dude, somebody said fillet of fish. Oh, dude, that is brutal. Dude, Trump eating fillet of fish is like the last thing I want to envision, right? Can you imagine him eating like 5 fillet of fishes? And then you're just like, Jesus, dude, can somebody like put his ass outside, please? Dude. Oh, shit. That is brutal. Dude, he's so gross. Ah. Oh. Let's go, baby. All right, you ready? Let's go. Let's see what we got. So President Trump is committed to ensuring that Americans have full confidence in the administration of elections, and that includes totally accurate and up-to-date voter rolls, free of errors and unlawfully registered non-citizen voters. White House spokeswoman Abigail Jackson said, the president has urged Congress to pass the SAVE Act and other legislative proposals that would establish a uniform standard of photo ID for voting, prohibit no excuse mail-in voting, and end the practice of ballot harvesting. Okay, now, again, though, guys, the main things about the SAVE Act that are dirty revolve around when you need to prove your citizenship with that birth certificate or whatever, right? Every time you move, etc. If you got married, right? All these extra hoops that there won't be time to do, maybe if you live rural or whatever, or if you're poor before the election, there's that. The other thing is the voter information, okay? Part of the SAVE Act is all the states having to give a bunch of voter information to the federal government. Now that we don't want, obviously, you know what I'm saying? We don't want that shit at all. So, I mean, really, hopefully the SAVE Act dies. I guess what I am worried about is the thing that worries me about the SAVE Act is if they put it off and put it off and put it off, and then all of a sudden maybe they hard charge it at the end of the summer, okay? And end of the summer, they just slam that shit through. So there's chaos like right before the election. That would be very problematic if they decided to, you know, quell the talking filibuster and slam this thing through at the end of August, because then we would be like blindsided and there would be so much chaos that nobody would know what they need, which could create an election result that could then be declared illegitimate afterwards. Okay. Now, I imagine there would be also, though, it would get tied up in the courts. If they pass this law, it is going to get tied up in the courts. So the timing of it would be like difficult. So yeah, I mean, that's a worry that I have, is if they're going to just string it along and try to do some type of late play. Okay. So we'll see. I mean, I'm thinking about this, obviously, and I know people like Mark Elias and all the lawyers are thinking about this, but I will say this. The Democrats have better lawyers, okay? The Democrats have better strategizers. The Democrats have people that are less likely to make super hubrisy sort of mistakes, okay? So we are on the better team. That doesn't mean we're going to win the game, but we are definitely on the better team, okay? And so far, though, guys, we have had enormous wins, okay? We have had wins related to this shit. We've had wins about him trying to declare fake emergencies. Like, my God, there's been multiple wins, including the Supreme Court, okay, with the IEEPA tariffs. So we have had some really breathtaking big wins. And like, so I don't know, man. I'm feeling pretty confident. But Trump has said if the bill fails, he will act unilaterally to impose the changes for midterms. But now Trump can say this, but Trump can't actually do this. Okay? That is the problem. Okay? Is Trump can't actually fucking do that unilaterally. Okay? What that executive order could look like and the draft circulating among activists have not been previously reported. An early version of the proposed draft obtained by the Washington Post cites a 2018 executive order that declared an emergency to impose sanctions on foreign entities targeting election infrastructure. President Biden repeatedly extended that emergency, and in 2024, the Treasury Department used the order to place Iranian and Russian entities under sanctions. There is now clear and compelling evidence from court cases and forensic analysis that these threats have not been mitigated, but instead have intensified, reads the proposed draft, dated April 2025. This constitutes an unusual and extraordinary threat to the national security and foreign policy of the United States. See, it's great that this story's coming out, though, because now everybody can sort of get prepared, right? Support Mark Elias to protect courts from the piggy. Google Democracy Docket. He's one of our champions. He is indeed. Thank you, George. Appreciate you. Dude, he's good. All right, last June, Senate Judiciary Chairman Chuck Grassley released FBI records showing an initial tip alleging a Chinese effort to produce fraudulent driver's license for mail ballots. Suspicions of Chinese ballots spurred the hunt for bamboo fibers in Arizona ballots during a Republican-led audit in 2021, which reaffirmed Joe Biden's victory in the state. Gabbard recently was present when the FBI searched a warehouse in Fulton County, Georgia, to seize ballots from 2020. The affidavit submitted to obtain the search warrant, however, did not allege foreign interference. Oh, that's interesting that they didn't even allege foreign interference in their raid in Fulton. I'm a little surprised by that. I would have thought that would have been like their sort of fail-safe setup. Her office also examined voting machines used in Puerto Rico, looking for cybersecurity vulnerabilities in coordination with the FBI and the DOJ and Homeland Security, according to a spokesperson from DNI. Excuse me. Yeah, I know. Bamboo fibers. Dude, these people are fucking, they're just idiots, man. I bet, guys, dude, TPUSA was behind the Arizona shit. Okay, like TPUSA is like hardcore trying to like rat fuck the elections in Arizona. They are like all in, guys. They are like going all the way down to the election boards and trying to get people fired from the boards. Like TPUSA is deeply invested in election fuckery right now in Arizona. They're trying to get rid of Katie Hobbs like badly. Okay, badly. They're not, it's not looking good, but they're trying, okay? The stage is largely being set by the revelations coming out of foreign powers being involved in influencing the 2020 election, said Jerome 𝗙cie, who circulated the draft executive order in July. 𝗙cie helped spread the birtherism smear against Barack Obama and a conspiracy theory involving slain Democratic staffer Seth Rich, remember? for which he later apologized. So again, these guys doing this have had multiple previous failures. Okay, Special Counsel Robert Mueller investigated 𝗙𝗎𝗄𝗅 as a possible link between the WikiLeaks and Roger Stone during 2016, which 𝗙𝗎𝗄𝗅 denied. If there was a provable foreign intrusion, that would be a national security emergency, and the order could be issued under his powers as commander-in-chief, 𝗙𝗎𝗄𝗅 added. Senator Mark Warner of Virginia, the top Dem on the Senate Intelligence Committee, said there is no national emergency. And that's true, guys. There is no national emergency. And it's, you need proof. You can't say, like, I feel like there's an emergency. Like, it feels like an emergency. There's no one to change my diaper. Right? We've been raising the alarm for weeks about Trump's attacks on our elections, and now we're seeing reports that outline how they may be planning to do it. Warner said in a statement in response to this article, this is a plot to interfere with the will of voters, undermine both the rule of law and public confidence in our elections. Now, I will say this, guys, like big kudos, big props to the Washington Post, okay? Seriously, because them publishing this article is like allowing all the Dems to get ahead of this thing, okay? Imagine if they just try springing this. So hopefully we're going to keep getting those leaks, right? We're going to keep getting those people like putting out these articles and keep like making sure we're always a step ahead of these clowns, okay? Yeah, Trump is the national emergency. This is true, right? He is, dude. He's the national adult diaper emergency, right? No lie. No lie, dude. All right, the measures listed in the 2025 draft include requiring hand-marked and hand-counted paper ballots, requiring voters to register anew for the midterms with proof of citizenship, and restricting mail-in ballots to limited circumstances. The draft also proposes authorizing the Justice Department and Immigration Services and SSA and the Postal Service to have a role in identifying ineligible voters. Yikes. Okay, that's crazy, right? Having other, like, the post office say, hey, I think these ballots coming from Los Angeles, yeah, they feel ineligible, right? These ballots coming from San Francisco, yeah, feels pretty ineligible. Let's go ahead and dump these. Dude, that would be bad. Can you imagine the post office deciding which ballots are like eligible and ineligible? The post office is like, yeah, all those ballots from the farming areas, those are eligible. And all these ballots here from the city, these guys are ineligible. Right? Oh, shit. Dude, the draft cites emergency authority from laws including National Emergencies Act of 76, the Federal Information Security Modernization Act of 2014, and the Defense Production Act of 1950. Article 1, Section 4 of the Constitution assigns power to regulate elections to state legislatures and Congress with no role for the president, okay? A presidential emergency on elections has never been tested in court. So this is, I think, their play, guys, okay? They're going to try a Hail Mary about presidential emergency, but I think there's been enough fake emergency losses already in the last year that I don't see this working, right? But we'll see. I mean, anything can happen, guys. All right, Trump also signed an executive order last March to require proof of citizenship on voter registration forms and withhold funding from states accepting mail ballots after Election Day. Courts in 5 cases blocked parts of the order, with 3 of them pending appeal, another awaiting a ruling, according to a litigation tracker. Okay, the conduct of our elections is not for any president to decide, and it must never be manipulated to serve a political agenda. The League of Women Voters, which brought one of the lawsuits against 2025 orders, said in a statement, "We will challenge any executive action that suppresses voters, undermines free and fair elections, or violates the constitutional framework that protects our democracy." A Washington Post Ipsos poll this month found 54% of American adults and 55% of independents oppose Trump's stated desire for the federal government to take over election administration and vote counting in certain states. So, dude, he doesn't even have public opinion on this shit, dude. Oh, let's go, right? He does not have public opinion. Trump is a felon. He can't vote. Actually, Curious George, Trump can vote because he is a felon, but he resides in Florida. And I believe Florida passed a law that exempted certain types of felonies from blocking your ability to vote. Okay, they made a law and to make it so he can vote in Florida. Yes, he can still vote because DeSantis. Oh, thank you, Ronnie. Oh, dude, DeSanctimonious, dude, helped a brother out. Yeah, Utah's lieutenant governor won't give over info. Yeah, no, a lot of states have not been giving over info, and they've been winning in court, okay? All of the states have been winning in court. They have so far, right? There have been a lot of wins, dude. Trump has had very few court wins. Even with all his judges, okay? He still is like losing in court. Because everything he's doing is bullshit. You know what I'm saying? And I know I've never played Overwatch. All right. So, yeah, he doesn't even have the public. It says 23% of adults said they supported it, and the same proportion said they had no opinion. So he's only got 23% support on this, dude. And that's like the MAGA shitters who would put us all in work camps, okay? So, yeah, I'm not too worried, but we do have to be aware, all right? We have to be aware, dude. Anything can happen, man. Oh, shit. Oh. Is that a record low? I mean, I don't know, man. I mean, guys, I don't ever see a point where independents are going to say, yeah, we want Trump to like have full control over the elections. I mean, people voted for this guy, obviously, because they're fucking dumb and they couldn't bring themselves to vote for the black woman for whatever reason. But I don't think these independents want to just let Trump be king. Okay. I think they even though they should have just not voted for him in the first place because it would have saved us a lot of hassle. But for whatever reason, they voted for him, but they're not they don't want him taken over, And in fact, they thought he wasn't going to do any of this shit, which is why they said they voted for him. And now that he's pulling all these shenanigans, I think they're starting to see, even like 𝗙𝗪𝗔, who was like, oh, he's not a fascist. He's not a fascist. And now she's like, oh, he's a fascist. I think a lot of independents were as dumb as 𝗙𝗪𝗔 or talked themselves into like, they can't vote for the black woman. So they're going to pretend like Trump ain't that bad. But I think now they're seeing, yeah, Trump really is that bad. Okay. He's lying. He's cheating. He's cryptoing. He's taking jets. They're blowing up boats. They're going to war with everyone. They're threatening all the allies. They're shooting citizens in the street. It's like, dude, now we knew this, you dumbasses. But come on, man. I mean, how stupid are we, dude? Jesus criminy, bro. Uh-oh. Conservative influencers clash over Charlie Kirk murder case. Oh, you ready? Although I want to interject here though for a minute, and I want to talk about Kansas, okay? Because Kansas did something that was I was not shocked by it, but it is shocking, and it's basically a forced detransition in Kansas. Now, Kansas is not a purple state. Okay, but here's what they did. If you guys don't know about this, Kansas is wrecked already. They cut taxes so much that their schools are down to 4 days a week. Their roads are shot. Their parks are shot. All their infrastructure is falling apart. But they passed a law with no grace period. that basically in like a week or whatever, it's a very short amount of time, all transgender people in Kansas, their IDs become invalid. Okay? And if they're caught using them, they face up to 6 months in prison. So they have to go to the Kansas DMV and they have to get new IDs with a different gender on there. It has to have the sex assigned birth marker on their ID, or they don't get an ID. And they're not going to be able to vote without getting a new ID. They won't be able to get any, like, you know, state funded like things without that new ID. So they're forcing a detransition, okay? It's social detransition for all the transgender people. And if you buck it and you get, you know, pulled over, up to 6 months in prison. Now, I imagine there's going to be a court challenge, but this right here, guys, is it was never about the sports, okay? If it was just about keeping transgender athletes out of sports, you wouldn't have to do this. This isn't affecting the sports. This isn't affecting anything. This is just gunning for transgender people and trying to force them out of being trans, okay? Now, this is going to make a very powerful political ad of, like, you know, I feel like this is an opportunity to use this shit and say, hey, guys, this ain't about sports at all. They want to make transgender people disappear. And so Texas had sort of been planning this identity fraud, and they haven't really accomplished that yet. But Kansas is now the first state. And yes, it is religious weirdos, okay? And they're trying to disenfranchise the trans voters, and they're trying to, you know, and I mean, but guys, let me just tell you right now, okay? If you are transgender, be very careful with your documents, okay? Because there are trans people that have been trying to get a passport, and when you get a passport, you send your shit away. You give them your documents, and then they mail them back to you. But like, if you're trans and you give them their documents, they're probably not going to mail that shit back to you. So if you need an ID, go get a real ID. I would not give your shit to get a passport under this administration. Like, you got to be real careful. And I mean, I wish we could just help move people out of these red states, you know? You know what I'm saying? Curious George Riley, 5th place gains is dumb. She is dumb, right? And security just asking who's going to fill the camps once immigrants are deported. I don't know, man. I think probably who's next in line would be the homeless, right? I think homeless and maybe transgender, and then Democrats eventually, right? But the homeless they've got a target on their back. I think the homeless people that are on drugs will be next. And I think that the disabled and trans people will be like right behind them. And then on the ramps of that will be gay women, right? I think, right? Gay women will be before gay men. I mean, because there's a lot of gay Republican men. So I think the gay men might end up being a protected class, right? Yeah, people of color, you know, but I will say this though, you ready? Is check in on your trans friends and make sure you keep an eye on them, okay? Like your trans friends, like keep a close watch, okay? Especially if they're living in Kansas. If you know any trans people in Kansas, help them out. But one thing I will say though, guys, is they're not going to get rid of all the immigrants. Okay. They're not. They're failing so hard on their deportations. They are, like, as of right now, guys, their deportation thing has just been a fucking disaster. Okay. They're buying warehouses and all that shit, but like, I don't think they're ever going to fill them, dude. They're just not competent. They are so bad at this, guys. They are because Kristi Noem, she doesn't know what the fuck she's doing. Tom Homan does, but like there's so many people that don't know what they're doing that even somebody like Tom Homan doesn't have enough skill to outlast all of the fucking all of the like rejects that are screwing shit up. Now, the problem is when we finally get power back, dude, like we have a lot of repair work. I think the real problem is all the damage that they're causing. You know what I'm saying? That's what I think the problem is they're really bad at accomplishing this shit, but they are fucking damaging shit that is like, maybe going to take 20 years to fix, right? And like, I mean, I think the only silver lining, guys, is here's what I think. Okay, this is me being hopeful because I am always hopeful. I don't doom. It's not how I roll. You can ask the people close to me. I'm not a doomer. I'm a doer. I'm an accomplisher. But so the one silver lining is like, think about Zohran Mamdani. Okay. All right. And what do I mean by that? I mean, Trump won. We're devastated. We're going through shit. But then somebody like Zohran gets elected. And look at what he just did with the snowstorm, guys. Okay. The first snowstorm, everyone was on his ass. They had the pictures. They didn't clear the streets. Communism, this, that, and the other. What did he do? He hired city people to shovel the snow. Dude, they shoveled all the streets in like 2 days. The streets are clear. The sidewalks are clear. It was done by the people. The people got paid. Taxpayer money went to citizens. It's brilliant. Okay? It's fucking brilliant what he did. He answered with something that benefited the citizens. That's a huge win. Okay? Now, why am I bringing this up? Because he's a bright light that it's happening because of Trumpism. Okay? Now, the reason why I'm bringing this up is Trump is damaging a lot of shit. A bunch of shit is broken. When we get power back, a whole bunch of shit is not going to be working correctly. But it gives us an opportunity to try new shit. Okay? When we do rebuild this shit, guys, we're not going to rebuild it the way it was. We're going to rebuild it something new. Okay? Hopefully. Okay? And we're going to have the opportunity to rebuild it with something new. Okay? This is a big opportunity here the next couple of elections. 26, 28, 30, 32. Okay? We have 6 years of elections here where we have an opportunity to rebuild anew. And this is a big opportunity. And this is Age of Aquarius, guys. Like, we having a lot of hope now is like, if we force the issue, we got to stay vigilant. We got to, like, when we get power, we have to make demands. Okay? Once we get power, we cannot, like, just say, oh, well, we got power, let's go party. No. When we get power, we have to stay engaged with our representatives, and we have to show up and start making demands when we have the power. Okay? Very important. We have to follow, the voters, have to follow through, and we have to pressure them. Okay? We have to pressure them and see this through for the next 6 years. Even after we win the election, we can't not get involved. We have to no victory laps, okay? I mean, we can dance when the pine box shows up, right? We're all going to get down when that happens. If you rebuild it, they will come. Yes, curious, yes. But I really think, guys, some people are going to die. A lot of people are getting hurt. We are going to experience suffering. We are going to experience pain, and some people aren't going to make it. And all of that hardship does not have to be for nothing. That can be the seed of us building things differently and really getting a fucking reset out of this. Like, we may get an actual, like valuable reset that can provide some long-term change. Okay, if we stay engaged and we stay involved and we be willing to fucking follow this shit through. Okay, I'm serious. I actually have a lot of hope right? Because, and I'm saying this from personal experience because, guys, I was a drug addict. I was somebody who was SA'd when I was a kid, and I didn't even know about it until I was in my late 30s. Okay, years of therapy, guys. I took a wrecking ball, okay, to my own life, guys, many times. Okay, I took a wrecking ball to my life and the life of people in my close proximity. Not proud of it, but let me just tell you, the worst times of those wrecking balls were when I was able to make the biggest changes, okay? That's when you get to really make institutional change, is when you have a big wrecking ball. When you smash the foundation, guys, you get to really make institutional change, okay? You're sober for 2 years. Let's go. Good for you. I'm coming up on 19, boss. Dude, Sydney Mardi Gras tomorrow night. Let's go. Want him. So guys, this is an opportunity, okay? Thank you, boss. Let's go. All right, let's not fuck it up. All right? There you go. That's my spiel. That's my fucking spiel, dude. Oh, shit. All right, you ready? Dude, let's watch a little bit of... Dude, Candace Owens. Have you, guys, have you heard about this Candace Owens shit? Like, this Candace Owens shit with Erica is, like, way out there, guys. This stuff is way the fuck out there. Okay? You love this? Good. Good, Rach. Let's go. Let's, like, we're gonna fucking do this shit, guys. I'm telling you, we are gonna, I believe we are gonna get some institutional change. Okay? You can use spite as a motivator. Yeah, there you go. Dude, spite, if spite works for you, so happy to live in PDX. Dude, I'm happy about being in PDX too, man. I'm really thankful to be here. I'm serious, guys. I'm like super thankful to be where I am. Like, you know, I'm so glad I'm not in a red fucking hellhole. You know what I'm saying? But dude, Candy O, her shit is crazy, guys. She is like Operation Looking Glassing this shit with Erica. Let's go watch some of this. Okay, dude, curious. Let's go. This is for all the sober warriors. Hope I make it to 22. You will, dude. Curious. I'll tell you this. You ready? Let me just tell you, boss. Okay? Is when you say you hope you make it to 20. I believe you can. I can tell you the secret is like, just make it through today. Okay? That's it. That's all you got to do, right? You just wake up, and every day, if you wake up and you just commit to making it through that one day, that's all you got to do, man. You got to do just that day, right? You can't get ahead. Oh, I got to make 10. I got to make 20. All you got to do is one, dude. If you can wake up every day and just make it through one, you will see 20, okay? It's going to take you a while. It's going to take you 20, but but you will see it. But it's really is. That's what I've discovered. The long haul, the real secret is it's really just one day. It's literally just a Groundhog Day. You got a Groundhog Day that shit, boss. That's what you do, man. Right? Dude, you got a groundhog that day. Of course, Jill is going to, right? Jill Stein, she's already showing up. Do you guys follow Tabitha, right? On Instagram? Can I just show you, like, if you follow Tabitha on Instagram, dude, right? She's covering, dude, she is covering all the Jill Stein, right? Dude, Tabitha, if you're not following her, go follow her because she is covering fucking Jill Stein, dude. She's got it all, dude. She is on Jill's ass, right? Because look at what Jill's doing, right? Jill comes up out of nowhere, disappeared like she always does. She's like, oh, actually, Obama started the baby jails. No, Jill, that was fucking Bush, you idiot, okay? But dude, Tabitha is heavily following fucking Jill Stein and outing all her shit, right? There they go again, trying to out-militarize Trump, right? Right? She's doing the same shit. She's trying to be divisive, and she's going to do it again, okay? She is going to do it again. Jill Stein is already coming out of the woodwork trying to attack Democrats. And yes, guys, she is absolutely pulling that shit. Dude, Tabitha's amazing, boss, right? She's fucking amazing. Dude, I love her look, dude. Her look is like, isn't she fucking beautiful, dude? She is, man. And she like calls them out, dude. But she has such a great look. She does, dude. Her look, her style is amazing, right? It is, dude. Fucking love her style, man. She kills it. She styles the same way she like politics, dude, with class and with efficiency. But like, dude, she is monitoring fucking Jill heavily. And guys, we have to. Dude, Jill is a Russian asset. Jill is a fucking scoundrel, dude. Dude, Jill is. She is a fucking scumbag. And no, Tabitha's on every platform. Okay? She's on all of them. YouTube, right? Here. If you just go to her right? Here, I'll put a link to her here. Oh shit, what are we doing here? Tabitha Speaks Politics. If you just Google her, right, you'll find it. But here she is. Yeah, dude, she's amazing. Yeah, no, Jill is scuzzy, bro. And let me just tell you, okay, Jill is coming out of the fucking woodwork, guys. She's out early too. She is already like showing up. And I will tell you right now, Jill's playbook, okay, is going to be anti-Dem, but it's going to be she's going to try to separate the leftists, okay? That's what she's going to do. She's going to do the same grift she did last time, which is to go in. Jill Stein is going to go in, and she is going to try to sow discord with the leftists, the far left, and the progressives, and she is going to try to play the centrist Dems are the same as the fucking Republicans, and they're right, the same shit she did, but she's already doing it. Attacks on Obama, attacks on Abigail Spanberger, who won huge in Virginia. Okay, she is going to, right? She's going to try to like paint the Dems as Republicans, the same as Republicans. That's her game. Okay, and fuck her though. Okay, like fuck her, bro. We're gonna right. And the thing about her though is her damage isn't from the vote. Like she never gets any vote or like she never gets any like numbers in the vote. But the damage she does, guys, is she convinces people on the left to not vote. Okay? The damage she caused, she doesn't get votes, but she causes people to not want to vote. She causes people to not believe in an option. Okay? We don't have a good option. Both parties are the same. Fuck it. I'm going to stay home. That's what she does. Okay? She gets people to sit out. All right? Or to get doomy and right? And not Tabitha. Jill Stein does. Okay? Tabitha doesn't do that. Dude, Tabitha's a warrior. I'm talking about Jill Stein. Okay? Let me be very clear here. Dude, that's what Jill Stein does. Right? Dude, Tabitha doesn't do that, but Jill Stein, she's back at it, guys. All right? Heavily monitor this idiot, okay? But look at her, dude, right? Look at her, Palantir, right? She's going all in, though, right? Because she's holding Palantir to the Democrats, okay? And right now, let me just tell you guys, you ready for this? The Dems are taking fucking money all over the place because these are very important elections and we have candidates in every race, okay? But like, she's now talking about she's going to judge the money the Dems are taking. Everything she's doing is going to be sabotaging the Democrats, Democratic leadership, right? Everything, every post of hers is going to be about Dems, okay? She's attacking all of the Democrat people that are involved with Epstein, okay? Everything, right? Are we ready to cover challengers to the Democratic Party? Yada, 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 dude. She's on it. She is in it, okay? She is fucking in it fully, right? She's all over Gavin Newsom. She is not attacking Republicans at all, okay? Dude, it is like, it's her game, boss. It is her game. She's going to be doing this the whole election, okay? She's attacking everybody, dude. Dude, I like Abigail Spanberger. I know she's a CIA, like former CIA, but dude, I like her. And dude, the Democrats have been pretty feisty in Virginia thus far, passing laws preventing ICE from being near the polls. I mean, they're being real aggressive in fucking Virginia, okay? I've been real happy with what I'm seeing there, okay? But she is all in on this shit, right? You like 𝗙𝗪𝗎 I don't love 𝗙𝗪𝗎, but I'm going to let you love it. Why is Hakeem taking money from them? I mean, dude, I don't know. Dude, he took like 25 grand, but like I would imagine, guys, I would imagine that they're going to take money from everybody they can, except maybe AIPAC. I think AIPAC is the fucking dicey people. But other than that, I imagine they're going to take money from everywhere. I mean, I hate to say this. You ready? This election's important, guys. I wouldn't take any AIPAC money if I was running, but I might take just about everything else. I mean, if I wouldn't, because I would be running like AOC, but Hakeem, he's a fucking big money candidate. Okay. He takes money from everywhere. And so like for him, why would he change up? It's not going to benefit him. He should get as much money for the Democratic Party as possible. I mean, dude, this is a historic election. I think we need the money. Okay. Seriously. I think it's important to not give them shit after we win. Okay, that's what we don't want. Like, I don't care if they take a bunch of crypto money. What I do care is if they win and they start giving crypto a bunch of advantages. Then we need to apply the pressure. But I don't care who they fucking take money for right now. I want them to take everybody's money and win every goddamn election and flip like 20 fucking seats. Except I don't want them taking AIPAC money because that's going to have really like foreboding consequences. But other than that, other than AIPAC, I say take it all and let's flip as many seats as possible, but let's not fucking bend over for them afterwards. All right? You know, that's my thing, right? You know, I say fuck it, dude. Let's take it all, right? Dude, seriously, except AIPAC. No AIPAC. Everybody, if you're not AIPAC, get over here and fucking pony up. Dude, Dems take AIPAC. I know, dude, some Dems are still going to take AIPAC. I mean, it's not going to be gone yet, guys. It's definitely developing like a bad name. And you may have noticed that AIPAC is getting smart. They're starting to donate to other super PACs that then donate to candidates. But we can't worry about that, guys. Okay? The thing is we will get AIPAC and the Israel lobby out of our central politics. We will. It's not going to happen this year, okay? We have to be vigilant. We cannot let J.D. Vance win, okay? We have to win now, and we have to accept that there's going to be some people taking AIPAC money. I don't like it either. You don't like it. Let it known we don't like it, and continue forcing that shit. But I'm not cutting anyone off in this election, even if I fucking hate them. If they have a D next to their name, I am pushing them through. And then once we get in there, we're going to fucking put the screws to them and try to like stack the court and make some other moves that maybe we can get rid of some of this big money, right? Maybe we can overturn some of this shit. but I'm not happy about it. Okay. But I think though, we're not going to get a perfect world yet. Okay. But we do have to like put this woman aside. Okay. Right. You know what I'm saying? Like she is scoundreling already. All right. You know, but yeah, no, there's still some Dems that are going to take AIPAC money. Unfortunately, it's not gone yet. But I think though we have actually moved the goalpost considerably. Okay. You know what I'm saying? We have moved the goalpost considerably. I think we should be real proud of that. Right. Asking for Hakeem and Chuck to step down. I know they are. Now, I don't think Hakeem is going anywhere, guys. I think Hakeem is in a coalition with like Zoran and Hochul and AOC. And I think Hakeem is a part of a very big progressive centrist, everything sort of coalition. So I don't think Hakeem is going anywhere just yet. I don't know about Schumer. Okay. But like, you know, I don't think Hakeem, I don't think he's going anywhere yet. Curious says Newsom and Slotkin are both slippery as an eel and an oil slick. And Israel money just doesn't have a big banner that says AIPAC. Lots of Israel money everywhere. That's true. Yeah, dude, I think a lot of people are slippery right now. You're not wrong, dude. Dude, Newsom is slippery. Right. And dude, Hakeem casts spells with his hands. Dude, yeah. Dude, Hakeem does have some jazz hands, bro. Oh shit, dude. Right? Yeah. Let's just win this shit though. And then let's get in power and then put the screws to them. All right, dude, let's go. Thank you for the gifted. But dude, watch Stein. Okay. We need to fucking cuck this woman because she's up to no good, dude. All right. And her campaign manager, dude, where is he? Where's her campaign manager? Let me find this guy. Like she had a campaign manager. I wonder if he's still working for her. He was a guy from Washington. He blocked me. Dude, he is such a biatch. Dude, where is this guy? I wonder if she's still with him. Maybe she got rid of him, but her campaign manager was pretty, yeah, look at this. Dude, how did Muslim Americans vote and how'd that work out for them? Dude, I've had a podcast, ladies are torching Hakeem. Good. Dude, they can torch him. I know they do. Dude, I'm not torching anyone. Like, I'm not really a torture. I realize that the Dem party apparatus still has the power and I want access to that power. But, you know, I mean, if it becomes viable to get rid of him, then we'll get rid of him. I just don't think Hakeem is viable right now. Okay, I think maybe Schumer is viable in 28. Okay, Schumer may get knocked off in 28, but I've just seen Hakeem aligning with people that I don't think I think he's become part of the coalition. Okay, I think Hakeem has. I really do. I think he made the move that he had to make to protect his ass. And so I don't think I'm not wasting any time hating him. Because I don't think he's movable right now. I think he's ensconced. And so, like, our energy, I think, though, we should be focusing on the Republicans. And then let's get into power again and see what we can do. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I'll be honest, though, guys. You ready? And, dude, I love the IHIP ladies. I do. But I frankly... I would have liked to have seen them give a lot bigger pushback to Cenk Uygur than they did. And, you know, instead of worrying so much about Hakeem, you know what I mean? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, because I don't think Hakeem is touchable right now. Once he aligned with AOC and Zoran and Hochul, I feel like he cut a deal to save his skin and to sort of like become a party connected to the progressive coalition. You know what I'm saying? That's sort of what I've seen from Hakeem. And dude, he did say something the other day that I thought was pretty funny. Dude, all right, let me find this campaign manager guy. Oh, maybe she ditched him. I think maybe, did she ditch him? She may have, but he was a fucking douche, bro. Oh, here he is. Jason Call. There he is. Right? There's her fucking campaign manager, this guy. Dude, what a fucking douche this guy is, dude. Oh, shit. This guy is also trying to destroy the Democratic Party, but he has no fucking limited power. But this guy is like, he became very into the Gaza thing, but he is like, he's a bit of a degenerate, okay, with his shit. He is like, he's more harm than good. This guy is, okay? I think 𝗙𝗪𝗏 has been listening to Hassan, right? Dude, Hakeem. So yeah, so let me show you the thing that I found funny with Hakeem, dude. I thought this quote from Hakeem was pretty good, dude. Right? Dude, this was pretty funny, bro. Right? Did you see this?
Donald Trump's case to the American people, he's falling apart. His poll numbers are an extinction level event. It's over for these extremists.
Dude, I mean, that's pretty funny, bro. I've seen him say that a couple times, dude, that, you know, his poll numbers are an extinction level event. And he's like, he's not wrong. Dude, Trump is fucking, which is why he's getting so desperate, okay? He is desperate, Trump is. But can I show you something, guys? Can I show you something that somebody showed me? Because remember, we were talking about somebody. We were talking about Michael Tracy, okay? Remember Michael Tracy? The guy that we were talking about, that is like going after the victims and the survivors of Epstein, okay? Right? Michael Tracy, we talked about him yesterday. He's a total fucking douche, all right? Dude, look at this. They're after me, bro. Where's the CIA when you need them? Look. Dude, I love it. Let's go. All right. Oh, shit. No, but look at this. Look at this. I did not know this, guys. But like the Michael Tracy, where is it? Watch this thing. Dude. Somebody posted it in here. Oh, here, I liked it. Hold on. Let me find it from my page. It'll be safer. This is information about Michael Tracy, okay, that like I did not know, but a viewer, Hakeem has little D energy. Let's go. Curious. He's definitely got nerd energy, Hakeem does. He is a Revenge of the Nerds for sure, right? He's got that nerd energy. But look at what they showed. Oh yeah, right here. Right? Michael Tracy. This is Michael Tracy, the guy who's attacking the Epstein survivors and the Epstein victims and like actively working to sabotage. Okay, this was him in 2017, right? Look at the letters on his fucking microphone, boss. Look at where Michael Tracy came from. Yeah. Look at that. He's a fucking TYT person. Of course he is, right? He was a TYT, but he's like the Jimmy Dore, the Rubin, the Cenk Uygur TYT, right? Isn't that funny? And sure enough, now he's one of the people that are sabotaging the Epstein situation. Isn't that wild? I had no idea. But yeah, dude, he came from the fucking TYT pipeline. Of course he did, right? Shocker, isn't it? Dude, stop the stupidity! Let's go. Isn't that fucked up? All right, you ready? Let's watch a little Candace. All right, we're gonna just watch a few minutes of Candace, and we're not gonna watch the whole thing. But dude, Bride of Charlie, guys. Oh man, look at this shit, dude. Investigative series, Bride of Charlie. Oh wow, right? Isn't this crazy? Dude, Bride of Charlie. And it's all like Operation Looking Glass. I think she is going full like CIA, deep state conspiracy crazy. Candace is like full crazy. Now, what this is, guys, is she is basically investigating Erica Kirk's entire life is what is taking place here. It is like she is going back and doing essentially a docu-series. It is an angled docu-series, okay? Because she is not just, hey, let's go look at her upbringing. She is like, no, Erica Kirk is a CIA plant and coordinating with Israel, and let's go look at her upbringing, and I'm going to show you how like all this information from her upbringing proves this, okay? That's what's going on. Now, I am going to say to you guys something that, because I don't take this seriously, and I am only amplifying some of this shit because I want to help destroy MAGA, and I want to sort of gut their movement in this election year. I want to create apathy. But guys, I want you to be very careful. If you are going down the Candace pipeline, and if you are getting into any of this Candace, like QAnon conspiracy shit that she is going with TPUSA, promise me, you ready? Hold on, let me fix. We blew it apart, and then I'll make my point. I got to get back to live chat. All right. But guys, I want you to be aware, yes, what Scrimmer said there. She is blaming Jewish people for everything. So like the anti-Semitism that is undercutting Candace's shit is so deep. It is so deeply anti-Semitic that like you have to be very fucking careful, okay? Because you need to make sure that if you venture into her shit and you start watching this shit, that you don't start buying into her global cabal shit, because that is what is under all of this is like Nick Fuentes level anti-Semitism. It is Anna Kasparian's fucking, happy merchant. I mean, it is the Tucker Carlson, the deep, they're trying to say that there's a small cabal of Jewish people that are running the whole world and calling the shots. And so you got to be wary that that's underneath all this, and don't get sucked into that because that's bullshit. Okay. Right. This stuff is manufactured by Zionism. Yeah. I mean, it like anti-Semitism is like Zionism uses anti-Semitism to hide and to prevent itself from being called out. So I believe that like the American, like when you think about it, guys, if we think about Zionism as coming from American evangelicals, which I've said this before, it's not that Netanyahu and any Zionists in Israel are running America. It is Zionist Christians in America are manipulating Israel to like bring about the rapture. So the thing I want you to understand is the American Zionists, okay, the evangelical Zionists in America that will support Israel to no end, they are actually anti-Semitic because they don't believe that Israel is going away in the rapture. They're like using Israel to start the rapture. And they would never claim that, but they are like anti-Semitic in their own way. It's just a different form of it. They're anti-Semitic in their codependent willingness to give as much money as possible to Israel, who they don't believe are children of God, and they want them to set off the rapture. I mean, it's dirty, boss. You know what I'm saying? It is like, there's a lot of dirty shit around this. So anyway, that's my warning. If you go into the Candace Owens shit, don't come out like watch the anti-Semitism that she's trying to infect. And she's trying to mainstream this shit. You know what I'm saying? She is trying to mainstream her anti-Semitism she's using like Charlie Kirk. It's like a Kanye moment, right? Remember that Kanye was the guy who advanced Charlie Kirk and Candace Owens, and he did it through Candace Owens. Okay, like Candace Owens kind of made Charlie Kirk after Kanye elevated Candace. Okay, and so she's now trying to mainstream that Kanye shit. Okay, Kanye fucked it all up. Okay, and Curious says Candace is the hottest sellout of all time. He says I shame her hard. So all right, so hard you shame her. All right, thank you, Curious. All right, let's go, dude. I don't have the Candace thing. I know a lot of people think like Candy is like super hot. Dude, her personality is just too offensive for me, boss. Right? But anyway, yeah, be careful. All right, let's watch a little though.
Okay, you guys, there is a very strange thing happening right now where a young woman with absolutely zero professional qualifications has been inserted at the top of a charity organization that pulled in over $250 million last year. And the media is telling you that you have no right to know or to ask anything about her. The argument being made is that her husband was murdered. Therefore, she has a right to assume the position. And despite the fact that Turning Point USA is a literal charity, and therefore it's not even have to pay tax on that $250 million plus.
By the way, Turning Point USA, guys, is a domestic terrorist organization. Okay? It is not a charity. Dude, what the fuck is going on, boss? Jesus. Okay. Turning Point USA is not a charity, guys. Okay? I mean, it is. It's a 50c3 or whatever, but it is not a charity. It is a domestic terrorist organization. Okay? They were fake electors. They bust people to J6. They are lawbreakers and money launderers for like evangelical zealots that want to take over the country by force if necessary. Okay. And then she talks. Yes, Curious. So they are like dirty birds. And they are definitely now like in cahoots with Netanyahu and you know, they're expanding their Zionist evangelical base. TPUSA is. Okay.
Or pay tax on the alleged future billions that it's due to rake in thanks to a deal with a man named Pierre. These talking heads are claiming that the public simply wanting to ensure the person who is running that organization is, I don't know, at a bare minimum, moderately honest about who she says she is. No, that inquiry makes you a monster. So I guess your job is to head to work 9 to 5, receive a flurry of unsolicited emails and text messages reminding you that Charlie Kirk, the innocent man that you watched be executed in broad daylight live, you're to be reminded that that was her Charlie. My Charlie needs your help. Here's how you can give us your 401k and house. The emails have been landing into your inbox at an alarming rate, saying things like that. There's virtually nothing that the feds are telling us about his murder that makes any objective sense. But if you're feeling weird about any of that, you're reminded constantly that she is a grieving widow. She's a grieving widow. That sentence, in my opinion, is this year's Trust the Science. She's a grieving widow. The mainstream media, of course, Zionists implied, are effectively telling you to roll up your sleeves and get the vaccine again, dopes. Tyler Robinson did it. Erica Kirk is grieving. Please allow her to do so in the privacy of the $1 billion charity that she took over.
Yeah, dude, nobody deserves to get gunned down, but like, dude, Charlie was problematic in many, many ways, right? Very extreme, definite extremist.
Remember when they did the 6 feet social distancing thing? They cast that spell. Let your granddad die alone in the hospital. If you desire to see your grandma this Thanksgiving, it's because you're a demon from the gates of hell. Yeah. Resist your human instincts. Obey the government. It's the same kind of messaging, the same kind of emotional manipulation, but it's a new year. Still have questions or concerns about who Erica Kirk is and why she seems to have lied many times on record? Well, you're Satan, and I'm sorry that you are. And also, I would like to remind you that you are destroying Charlie's legacy. Now, it is very important that I remind you, we haven't even said anything yet. A 2-minute trailer resulted in one of the most aggressive preemptive PR strikes that I have ever seen. They posted photos of my manager's infant daughter, my makeup artist, my family members. They left a voicemail for my producer. Okay, well, this was initially supposed to be just 3 episodes, but now I'm thinking about a season 2 and a season 3. Because if you haven't quite figured me out yet, or thought through how we got here, I don't like it when innocent people are targeted and attacked and on rare occasions shot in the neck in broad daylight.
Dude, she is so like, she is such a phony. You know what I'm saying? Like, she is such a phony. She is. Because the whole time, dude, her voice is pretty annoying, but the whole time she's like, I am so righteous. I am just doing this for the good. And it takes her forever. She's just constantly like 70% of her show is filler between like points that don't land, okay, at all. There is no point here other than for her to keep you watching for the full hour with the promise that some extraordinary conspiracy theory is about to be unearthed that's gonna, like, you're gonna save the world. You're gonna save the world if you just believe her shit. But please, let me talk for 5 minutes between every salient point that really, when you add all my points up, it doesn't even fucking mean anything, right? She's got this weird, like, fucking religious iconography and shit behind her. I mean, it's pretty crazy. Dude, such a boring hag to be a doomsayer. Yes, curious. It is hard, bro.
No one blinked when...
Yeah, some anti-Semitism thrown in there for good measure. And you know, a little bit of, like, government, you know, international cabal. And now she's thrown a little anti-Trumpism in there, too.
Entire investigative series and books were written about Hillary Clinton, Michelle Obama, Meghan Markle, because they're public figures. I've effectively endured 10 years in politics with nonstop exposés and investigations into my background, but we're told Erica is somehow untouchable. Let me tell you something. The truth does not require a multi-million-dollar PR campaign. It also does not fear inspection. So welcome to Bride of Charlie.
We have nothing to hide.
Bride of Charlie.
Where begin in the story? I think maybe with just a blanket statement. Something is not right with Erica Kirk.
All right.
Where should we begin in the story? I think maybe with just a blanket statement. Something is not right with Erica Kirk. And despite a most aggressive influence campaign, which at one point even included a signed letter from the Secretary of Treasury assuring us that Turning Point is above board, an amazing organization, and despite, in addition to that, a flurry of homosexual men making over dramatic videos about sheer evil. No, not mass murdering children. Sheer evil, investigating someone at the helm of $1 billion company. Despite all of that, the public remains unconvinced.
Dude, I love how she's like, all the MAGA people are now gay in Candace's world.
That she is simply a grieving widow, because she isn't simply a grieving widow. She's also the CEO and chairman of an organization. fact,
That's
during
pretty fun.
our preparation for this series, an investigative journalist named Elizabeth Lane went viral on X because what she authored about Erica was brilliant. It just was objectively brilliant. It gave voice to what millions of people worldwide were feeling, but didn't exactly know how to express. And I'm going to read you her words in their entirety because I think it's very important, okay? Elizabeth Lane wrote, "I'm going to be blunt. I have reached the point where I find Erica Kirk to be deeply disturbing, not because of rumors or gossip, but because of consistent, observable patterns of behavior. To be clear, everything I say in this post is my opinion. I am not claiming this is a fact. I am saying this is what I think Erica Kirk is. I come from the world of acting and modeling. I have spent years around social climbers, opportunists, image curators, and people who treat relationships like ladders. That is why I left that world. Most of these people are shallow and harmless. A few are dangerous. Erica falls into the latter category not because she is just ambitious, but because of how calculated and performative her ambition appears to be. I believe she may be a psychopath. What stands out immediately is the reaction that she provokes in other people, which is very common with psychopaths. Across the board, including people who support her publicly, the private reaction is the same. It's, I can't watch her. It's not a criticism, it's just a physical discomfort. People turn off interviews because the presentation feels artificial to the point of being unbearable.
Dude, I mean, that's not wrong that like her animations and her reactions and her like, oh, I forgive him and crying. It is uncomfortable watching Erica Kirk. Like she is, there is something so deeply wrong with her that it is like, it feels not real, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, that's true. That's not wrong.
Let me explain. That kind of response does not happen accidentally and does not happen often. Research in psychology shows that humans are highly sensitive to emotional incongruence, mismatches between a facial expression, tone, and content. When the effect appears simulated rather than genuine, the brain registers it as a threat. This activates discomfort and avoidance, even if the person cannot consciously explain why. So many of us felt this way, but we could not explain why we could not watch her.
Yeah, you know what it is, guys? It's this shit, right? It is, I'm telling you, like, you remember this? When Rittenhouse cried? Remember that? Remember how you watched him cry and it was like, oh my God. It is so fake. It is so uncomfortable. Like, I can't even watch it. That's literally like every time I look at Erica Kirk, I feel like I am watching Rittenhouse cry. Like every time, no matter what she's doing, she can be speaking. She can be listening with her crazy googly eyes. She can be like smiling. Just every time I see her, it is like as offensive to my psyche as watching Rittenhouse cry because she's so fake and so like over the top and stilted and it's like the energy she's bringing is almost like there's an alien trapped in her body or something, you know? I love their rivalry so much it warms my cold dead heart. All right, let's go, Curious. Thank you, boss. I mean, it is like very fraudulent.
Studies on psychopathy, particularly those building on the work of psychologists like Robert Hare, describe traits such as a rehearsed emotional display and shallow affect. These traits can create what observers experience as an uncanny interpersonal dynamic. The discomfort arises and people want to shut it off because most people rarely encounter extreme affective mimicry in everyday life. So the brain struggles to categorize what it is detecting. Erica is attractive enough and she...
See, dude, stop stupidity. Let's go. Now, here's the thing though, guys. There are obviously a bunch of people that are also charmed by her, right? That are charmed by Erica Kirk. So like, I wonder, because I was thinking about, you know, other psychopaths like Ted Bundy. Like normally psychopaths are really good at mimicking emotions. That's how they win the trust of their victims. But what I wonder is if we rolled back to somebody like Ted Bundy, a bunch of people met Ted Bundy and just thought he was this together Republican, fucking whatever, smooth talking, highly intelligent and capable guy. But I wonder if a whole bunch of other people were like, man, I just can't look at that guy. I wonder if he had some of that Erica Kirk thing too, that maybe psychopaths, you either fall for it completely or you're like, man, I just can't even look at them. There's something about it. Like, I wonder if that type of polarization happens around their personalities, because she's definitely like lacking some normal human empathy and emotion and just normal sense, right? Like, you know, like your husband gets shot in public, you don't like kiss his hands and grab onto the casket and make a video and post that on Instagram. Somebody with a normal fucking brain is not going to do that. And somebody who has normal people around them who would say, don't do that. I'm sorry, Erica, no, you are not putting that video on Instagram. Like, there's something very wrong with her and very wrong with the people surrounding her, you know?
She had every tool in her possession to sell this organically, except for one thing, emotion. The entire story of what happened could have helped her sell this fully. She really would have been the last person on earth to be a suspect, if not for the FBI's terrible mistakes, Turning Point USA's lies, and her very fake performance. Plenty of attractive, ambitious women move through media spaces without triggering that response, even though we know what they are. This is about something else, an extreme disconnect between presentation that she puts out and the perceived authenticity. Erica is not the archetype of a model actress seeking money and fame and then settling into a quiet life with a wealthy, good-looking husband. She is the wolf type who wants to be in the place of that husband. She is not born for a supporting role. She's a decision maker. She appears to pursue proximity to power, moving fluidly between television, nonprofits, branding opportunities, and ideological spaces that maximize her exposure. Her previous partners are guys that women like her would date, muscular, jacked, good-looking, even though they are not people with huge potential. They are all somewhat established. They are good stepping stones until the right person shows up. Now looking at her previous partners, I would say that Charlie probably was not her type visually, but he was exactly what she was looking for in a man, potential to be a great power. What Erica was looking for is the same thing Hillary Clinton was looking for when she met Bill. She recognized that Bill Clinton was her ticket to power, the power that she could control, and she was right. She realized that she could create a great brand out of him and herself, and they still are a brand, the Clintons. No one in this world can say that those two love each other. They are a brand that works. That's why she's sticking around despite Epstein and Lewinsky. Also, if you think Bill is the decision maker there, you must have never been in close proximity to the Clintons. She moves the game. She is the decision maker. Erica saw a brand with Charlie. She also saw that Charlie could one day become president of the United States if he wanted to. Charlie had the ear of the most powerful segment of any society, students. He was going to be a very important player in politics, and she was not missing that ride. What is striking is how completely her public identity reshapes itself after that relationship begins.
Now, I will say this, that like the removal of Charlie absolutely like changed the right-wing political landscape in America. I mean, think about it. It really, really did. Like, you know, it opened the door for more extremism, which I think is going to cause them a lot of problems. Like he was an extremist who had found a way to mainstream it, and he was getting away with it, like profoundly, you know? And so something, I mean, the apple cart got heavily upset by that move. And I don't know if it's ever going to be the same, dude. Curious says, Eric is a Stepford wife whose programming evolved and they weren't prepared at TPUSA. Now they can't stop the monster they created. Dude, I mean, it really changed the landscape. Crazy shit. Thank you, Curious.
The tone, the values, the presentation all change. Overnight, the persona shifts into the role that best suits Charlie's world. A devoted Christian, modest, a supportive housewife. That kind of rapid adaptation is quite impressive for a usual person, but not for a psychopath because they do it all the time. In my head, the story goes like this. For a moment, it works. She becomes the wife of a rising political figure with access to donors, institutions, and national platforms. At that point, the ceiling isn't social media influence, it's empire building, foundations, global reach, a legacy, a brand, the Kirks. It's obvious that Charlie listens to her, whether it's about donors or the trajectory of Turning Point USA, the most influential figure in any mentally healthy man's life.
Dude, this is like a Facebook post. Dude, I'm falling asleep listening to this post. I mean, it's not just me, right? I am like, Jesus, dude, this is a Facebook post, bro. God damn, boss. Like, just get to the end. We get it. She's a climber and she has no emotion. You've said it. All right. Is there going to be a payoff? Dude, it's the worst
She's going
post.
to be his wife. She's going to be the biggest influence, and that is just how it is. That is why you need to pick your partner wisely. And everything was going well until Charlie began making decisions based on conscience rather than expansion and money. He turns down money. He refuses to play dirty politics. I am assuming someone like Erica, who married into this because she had a vision for this brand, would not be very happy about that. The life she appears to have signed up for, the power couple, expanding influence, historical relevance, was collapsing into something else entirely. Domesticity, housewife, kids, and now Charlie refusing to accept the money that can make him a global power. A supporting role instead of center stage is not her thing. Her husband died a few days ago, and she walks onto the stage as if she was born there. It comes naturally to her. She knows it and she wants it. Just days after her husband's death, she was already laying out ambitious plans for the company over Zoom. It's obvious she was always deeply involved in the business and knew exactly where to pick up when her turn came. What people struggle to watch, what makes the screen unbearable, is not grief. It's the absence of emotional continuity. Performances can be learned. Trust me, as a former actress, I can speak to that. But
dude, now we're just right back to the point in the beginning. Like, what a circular journey, dude, of like,
emotion cannot be improvised or mimicked if you've never experienced it. That's why I think we are dealing with a psychopath who has never really experienced these emotions and does not know how to play them. And audiences feel it instantly. It's fake. Again, this is just my opinion. It's a good place to start. It is a good place to start because there are a lot of things that Elizabeth said there that I think I am going to be able to prove, adapting her.
Dude, that was long, bro. I'm sorry. That like put me to sleep. Dude, that shit was too long. I mean, when all it said was like, yeah, she has no emotion and she's a climber. I mean, the thing that was, you know, if you look at Erica Kirk, she did not live the life that Charlie was selling to the young people, okay? She did not. Her and her mother, multiple degrees, advanced degrees, heavy college, right? Her mom's a CEO of a fucking drone company, government contracts. I mean, they were not MRS degrees by any means.
Personality to suit the people that she meets. The lies that she tells. I've done a lot of work here speaking to ex-boyfriends, speaking to old classmates. I really wanted to get a sense of who Erica was. And also, in a word, yes, I concur. There is something about her. I don't know any single personality in the media or politics that has had the same effect that Erica has had on people worldwide. She's a rare bird, okay? She has actually managed to unify the left and the right on a single perspective. Think about that, how amazing that is. Say what you will about Hillary Clinton, but she had a true following on the left, right?
Dude, we got to move past Candace. We'll get there one day, boss. Right now, I am going to go make some videos. All right. Both of Erica's parents are arms dealers. They are both in the defense drone industry. Yes. At two different companies. And they both heavy government contracts, but yes, they are. Both of Erica's parents are, and I mean, she's had a weird, you know. I was hoping she would get into it, but we'll find some goods for the upcoming days because I'm gonna cover this. I think it's important, but we're not gonna do it all at once because, dude, this shit is putting me to sleep. I am super tired though, right? So I am super tired. Yeah, I don't know about that Hillary line either. So Hillary was well known for her support from the left. Maybe to the right it felt that way, but I don't think the left ever liked Hillary. The center liked Hillary, right? And the like liberal Democrats liked Hillary, and people that wanted a woman president liked Hillary, but nobody from the left was was really into Hillary, right? Dude. Oh, shit. All right. Not enough peeps like Hillary? Dude, she got more votes than Trump
match back in 2016. Now, beyond Erica, what Elizabeth is history of modern psychology gives a beautiful clip. What began as Project Monarch in Germany ultimately became MKUltra in America. The Manson murders, the 60s.
No, dude, wait a second. Did she really just do that? Dude, Project, like Maverick, whatever, MKUltra. She's pulling MKUltra now? Dude, what are we doing? Oh my God. Dude, Candace. See, it's just getting so stupid.
Person wasn't just an author that was guessing when he wrote this book. He was in control of the Sigmund Freud archives and lost his entire career just trying to ring the alarm on what these scientists knew. He explains that they abuse children with the goal of transforming them into future psychopaths that can be controlled. That is the science that was brought here to America via Operation Paperclip. What began as Project Monarch in Germany ultimately became MKUltra in America. The Manson murders, the 60s, all of that was our government, CIA gone wild after the assassination of
Dude, the Manson murders were not the fucking CIA. What is she talking about, bro? Like, dude, what is she talking about? She is fucking nuts, right? Dude, I've done a lot of serial killer study. I wrote a paper about the Manson killings at UCLA. It was a pretty in-depth one too. But like, bro, what is she doing? It is like now everything, every event is like the CIA, dude. Really, you got to just pull that plug out of the back of your head. You're going to wake up in a bathtub somewhere with a drone picking you up. Dude, she is wildly out there.
Okay. For drugging and experimenting upon citizens with the explicit goal of controlling minds, social engineering, making people get into a formation. These are indisputable.
Dude, they're like beaming right now. They're making me want Taco Bell. Dude, it's MKUltra is trying to get me to the Taco Bell tonight, dude. That's weird. I was not thinking, well, I did kind of think about Taco Bell earlier. MKUltra is trying to influence me to get Taco Bell.
And historical facts. This brought forth the dawn of serial killers in America. Too many of them with curious ties to the military.
Dude. Oh my God. Serial killers. Curious ties to the military. Okay, first off, yes, a lot of people that went into the military did get a type of mental instability that then made them, if they had rage issues or violence issues, that shit was exacerbated. They were not like clones of the CIA or whatever. And if you look at the serial killers, guys, Mother Jones did a thing about it. I'm going to put a link in here. You ready? Okay. This is the best information you're going to find about serial killers. Right here. Right? Lead and Crime. A great serial killer articles, guys. Mother Jones. Okay, this guy did a great thing. And it's legit too. I mean, we know lead has an effect on the brain. We know lead. So if you go back, the serial killers rose up through the 60s and they kind of peaked in the 70s and the 80s. Okay, now what had happened though was there was an entire generation of modern people that grew up with lead paint and leaded gasoline. So you had a generation of people many of them that went into the military, many of them that were getting hit at home, other types of trauma at home, sexual abuse, whatever was going on. But they were growing up being surrounded by lead. It was in the dirt and the sandboxes they played in. It was in the paint chips from their toys and their bedroom walls. And we were all ingesting lead. And what's crazy is if you look at a curve, okay, here's the picture. You ready? Look at this image, guys. Okay. All right. So the blue is leaded gasoline usage, okay, from 1937 to 1986. Okay. That was when leaded gasoline peaked right here in the late 60s, early 70s, and then they stopped using it. Okay. Leaded gasoline. All right. And then the brown is the violent crimes. Okay. And you'll see that they're offset. The violent crimes started in 1960 and ended in 2009. So basically what it is showing you is that roughly 30 years or 20 years after the lead started, the crime wave started. Okay. So it is essentially like looking at like lead became very popular, was in everything. And then a generation of people ingesting that lead, a lot of violent crime happened. And then once they stopped using lead, it sort of petered off over the 20 or 30 years after that. And then crime started disappearing, which is one of the reasons why crime peaked in the 90s, right? Because leaded gas had peaked in the 70s. It was like a 20-year, but look at that curve, guys. They're like identical, right? You know what I'm saying? Isn't that crazy? They are practically fucking identical. Dude, it is wild. I have not seen the doco about the guy who invented lead. But let me just tell you guys, if you ready for this? If you go now, still, guys, any city in America, okay? If you go to any city in America where there is a high crime rate, okay, right, which are usually poor and minority neighborhoods, those houses still have lead paint. Those houses still have lead pipes, okay? Right? And the person didn't invent lead. I think he was saying they invented lead in gasoline, right? The person who discovered leaded gas, right? Or the effective nature of putting lead in the gasoline. But like, guys, all of those poor neighborhoods where there's high crime still, it's not like the people there are fucked up. They still have a lot of lead in those neighborhoods. Okay? They do. They like lead paint, lead. It's like a lot of crime, a lot of addiction, a lot of domestic violence. There's a lot of like, you consume lead a lot. That shit is pretty fucking. This connection is really amazing, guys. There's no doubt here. Okay, there's no doubt that this is a connection. I highly recommend the Kevin Drum articles. All right, dude, and dude, Flint is that, but it's in all the cities, all the older neighborhoods, the old poor neighborhoods. Still a lot of lead paint, dude. This house when we bought it there was lead paint, everything in this house. We gutted it all. Okay. We gutted all of it. We got rid of all of it. Yeah, it was pretty crazy. Gutted it down to the studs and the shiplap and got rid of all of it. But like, yeah, man, very interesting. All right, dude, I got to go make some videos, guys. All right. We'll explore more Candace. I thought we were going to get into this shit, but like, oh my God, it's just Candace talking the whole time. I may just try and pick out some good parts. I thought it was going to be more like a movie or some shit, but dude, Candace is like, her delivery just fucking kills me, dude. it's too conspiracy, too, right? You know who else gives the same discomfort? John Benet Ramsey's brother. Don't think it's guilt. Think it's from growing up under a spotlight of suspicion. Yeah, no, that's an interesting take, Suncats. You know, I think like, you know, suspicion and like not knowing, I think it warps people's brains for sure. I mean, you ready for this? Just go and look at interviews with like parents whose kids disappeared and they never came back, right? The parents, like, they get warped by that shit, right? If your kid goes missing and they never find the body or never find the killer, and you like, right? Like you said, the suspicion, the parents think, was it they suspect somebody, but they could never prove it. Like that shit, paranoia, like rampant paranoia. And like you said, suspicion. I think that shit warps your brain. I think like, dude, yeah. A lot of the fucking stress of this shit. Although I think Candace might be as sociopathic as Erica is, guys. Right? You know, like I am telling you right now, Candace Owens, she does not have normal emotions, guys. She is a fucking sociopath like too of her own right, which is why she can just mount these crazy, you know, campaigns against people and be completely unaffected by the world tearing her apart. You have to be a little sociopathic to be able to move through that shit. Like, oh, joy, everyone's destroying me, but I love it. I love it here, right? Dude, she is a psycho. Look at her. Dude, she is like Erica Kirk's fucking bladder. That's what she is, right? She is, what was it in Fight Club? She is Erica Kirk's medulla oblongata. Right? Look at her face. Come here, Erica. Yes. All right, you ready? You guys got a dance party, though, dude. Let's get dancing, boss. We're going to dance this shit off. We will watch more Erica. We will. Just, I can't do it tonight. I got to go make videos. I got to go get some sleep, and then I'm going to make some videos. Sleep first, videos after that. But we're going to watch some of this. I just, dude, the MK Ultra shit is just too, it's a little too wacky, dude. I didn't realize she was starting there. Like, oh my God. Dude, my massage therapist beat the shit out of me, though, today, boss. But I will say this, though, guys. You ready? Like, I don't know if you saw on Twitter how something that was trending was like conservatives are fighting over Kamala Harris's Erica Kirk videos. And let me just tell you that I think Kamala Harris, I'm sorry, Candace Owens. I said Kamala Harris, dude. I'm like out of it. I need sleep. But conservatives were fighting over Candace Owens' videos about Erica Kirk. Like, I think Candace is like deeply fracturing MAGA. Okay? They are deeply fractured. She is really turning people against one another in a major way. Because some of those people, those right-wingers, are deep, deep conspiracy theorists, and they think Candace is right. And so they're like fighting over this shit. And that's good. I think that's good for us, right? But, oh man. I hope she's successful at it. Dude, I am so beat up right now. Dude, they are fighting, dude. They're fighting for clicks. They're fighting for power in the party. They're fighting for who's going to take the reins of the cult. Like, you know what I mean? They're fighting for a lot of shit. Dude, you're welcome, Ella. We're gonna try covering it all right? You ready? May the Spirit of Jesus get you to the strip club. Let's go. May the Spirit of Christ compel you to start an OnlyFans. All right, you ready? Let's go. I don't know. I don't know if this is gonna be the most energetic performance tonight, guys. But we're gonna give it a go. All right. I'm a little beat up right now, but let's go. Let's get into it. Oh! Anything like I need you, it's over. Do you need like I need you? I'll see you guys tomorrow. Take good care of yourselves. Take care of your head. All right, I love you. Have a good night, and we'll be back at it tomorrow. We're gonna win this shit. All right, be good to yourselves. I love you guys. Thank you. Good night.